提醒各位贵宾，今天大会全程都有中英同步口译服务，有需要的贵宾都欢迎您凭证件到外面的服务台借取口译设备。那另外呢，我们今天这几天的这个议程比较紧凑一点，都欢迎各位贵宾利用我们建筑物的每一层楼都有洗手间哦。那如果您需要使用的话呢，我们在讨论期间也都欢迎您到每个楼层的洗手间来使用啊，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, we have simultaneous interpretation service available throughout the entire day. Feel free to borrow headsets outside, and also we have toilets on each and every floor of the building. Thank you. 各位贵宾，今天大会全程都有中英同步口译服务哦。如果有需要中英同步口译服务的贵宾，都欢迎您凭证件到外面的服务台借取口译设备。那么大会呢，等一下马上要正式开始了，请您记得将手机转为震动或静音，非常谢谢您的配合。We have simultaneous interpretation service available throughout the entire day. Feel free to borrow headsets outside and also kindly silence your phones. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Awesome. 各位现场贵宾，行政院郑丽君副院长已经莅临会场了，我们掌声欢迎副院长。Vice Premier Li Junzheng, ROC Taiwan has arrived. Please give Her Excellency Vice Premier Zheng a big round of applause. 那同时呢，来到会场的还有我们5位国际审查委员。Also joining us, we have the 5 distinguished members of the International Review Committee. 好，有请副院长以及我们的贵宾就座。Please take your seats. 那接下来大会一开始呢，我们首先有请摄影师到舞台上哦，帮今天参与会议的所有贵宾拍一张大合照。And to begin, we'd like to have our photographer take a photo of all of you joining us for the meeting today. 好，我们有请摄影师到台上来。好，我们先看向舞台上方的镜头。Please look at the cameras from the stage, okay? All right, everybody, a very big smile. 3, 2, 1. OK， 我们摄影师 OK 吗？副院长，各位现场以及线上的贵宾，大家早安，欢迎参加消除对妇女一切形式歧视公约 CEDAW 第5次国家报告国际审查会议开幕式。Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening ceremony for the review meeting of the ROC Taiwan's 5th report under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. 那接下来几天呢？各政府机关的代表以及非政府组织 NGO 将和我们5位远道而来的国际审查委员呢，有许多的讨论和交流，希望进一步的促进妇女权益的保障以及性别平等。For the next few days, our representatives of Taiwan government agencies and NGOs will be having a lot of important discussions and exchanges with our 5 distinguished members of the International Review Committee. Together, we hope to further advance gender equality and human rights for women and girls around the world. And of course, it is not possible without the support and participation of all of you here. So let me begin by introducing our important guests and partners with all of us here in the morning. 那接下来呢，首先为大家介绍莅临今天大会的贵宾，有请唱名到的贵宾呢，先站起身来，跟我们挥挥手，打个招呼。首先，让我们掌声欢迎行政院郑丽君副院长。We have Vice Premier Li Jun-zheng, ROC Taiwan here with us this morning. 本次政府机关代表团的团长林明星政务委员 Head of ROC Taiwan Government Delegation and Minister without Portfolio Mention Lin 立法院许忠信委员 Legislator 钟信旭。接下来为大家介绍国家人权委员会的代表 Next from the ROC Taiwan's National Human Rights Commission。首先是季惠荣副主任委员 Vice Chairperson 惠荣季。高永成委员 Commissioner 永成高。王丽珍委员 Commissioner Li Zhen-wang， 田秋瑾委员 Commissioner 邱景天，王幼玲委员 Commissioner 尤玲 Wang。接下来是 CEDAW 国家报告咨询委员 Members of the Advisory Committee for ROC Taiwan's 5th CEDAW report 叶德兰委员 We have 德兰叶，陈瑶华委员 姚华 Chen。接下来呢是行政院性平会的委员 ，Members of Executive Yuan's Gender Equality Committee， 来到现场的有于秀芝委员、周志玉。接下来为大家介绍的是秦继芳委员、吉放 Chin， 以及吴慧玲委员、慧玲吴。And also, we are very happy to be joined by many ambassadors and representatives of foreign missions here in Taiwan. 接下来为大家介绍莅临今天开幕式的驻台使节。首先是贝里斯大使 Ambassador Catherine Megan, Embassy of Belize. 比利时台北办事处处长 Director Mathieu Branders, Belgian Office Taipei. 匈牙利贸易办事处代表 Representative Tamara Ver, Hungarian Trade Office Taipei. 马尼拉经济文化办事处及菲律宾驻台代表处代表 Chairperson and Resident Representative Corazon of Chile Padianos Manila Economic and Cultural Office。马来西亚友谊及贸易中心代理代表 Acting President Izati Asia at Non-Malaysian Friendship and Trade Center Taipei。欧洲经贸办事处副处长 Deputy Head Office Lucas Gados European Economic and Trade Office。Welcome。 接下来是瓜地马拉大使馆2等秘书 Second Secretary Douglas Ronald Barrera and Testio Embassy of Guatemala。马尼拉经济文化办事处特助 Head Executive Assistant Angeli Joyce Barafon Manila Economic and Cultural Office， 以及瑞士商务办事处初级专员 Junior Officer Melanie Aliverti Trade Office of Swiss Industries。Welcome. And last but definitely not the least, our 5 distinguished members of the International Review Committee sitting in the very front. 接下来呢，是我们5位国际审查委员。首先是来自于奈及利亚的主席 our chairperson, Ms. Esther Agobamian Michelia from Nigeria. 来自于芬兰的 Dr. Nicholas Broom from Finland. 来自于韩国的申惠秀教授 Professor Hye-soo Shin from Korea。来自于巴哈马的 Miss Marian Bethel from Bahamas。以及来自于墨西哥的 Dr. Leticia Boniface Alfonso from Mexico。好，我们再次欢迎所有的贵宾呢莅临本次的大会哦。Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you for joining us today. 接下来呢，我们首先就有请本次国际审查会的这个主席上台开场致辞。Firstly, we would like to invite Ms. Esther Agobamian Michelia, Chairperson of International Review Committee, to the stage to give us the opening remark. 我们掌声欢迎主席。Please join me in welcoming her to the stage. Michelle, please. 那本次呢，真的非常的难得哦，有来自于奈及利亚、来自于芬兰、来自于韩国、巴哈马以及墨西哥的5位审查委员哦。We really have the distinct honor this time to be joined by our 5 members of the International Review Committee from Nigeria, from Finland, from Korea, from Bahamas, and from Mexico. 那接下来呢，我们就首先有请主席为我们致辞 and we'd like to firstly hear from the chairperson, once again, Ms. Esther Agobamian Michelia. 再次掌声欢迎。
The Premier, Honorable Lee Chun-chung, if I got it right, the Honorable Minister, Plenipotentiary, distinguished heads of agencies that are here, commissioners, the National Human Rights Commission Vice Chairperson, and other commissioners here, members of the Legislative Yuan who are here, excellencies from the diplomatic community, colleagues from civil society and the academia, the media, friends of gender equality as an inclusive, sustainable growth, peace, and development blueprint, especially in the revolutionary digital era. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is a profound honor to provide some opening remarks. And on behalf of the International Review Committee, let me extend our sincere thanks to the government and people of Taiwan for the professionalism, transparency, hospitality accorded to us for this assignment through designating officials, sharing your data, opening your processes to the IRC scrutiny, and for the trust reposed in us. To my colleague experts of international repute, thank you for the rigor, competence, and high sense of judgment you bring to this assignment. My particular thanks to Professor Hye-soo Shin, whose contribution has been invaluable in bringing us to this moment and establishing the Taiwan Independent CEDAW Review model as an international template. Taiwan occupies a unique space in the international human rights landscape. As a non-United Nations member state, it cannot formally accede to CEDAW. Yet, the Enforcement Act activated in 2011, Taiwan has voluntarily submitted itself to the same rigor and accountability that binds 189 state parties around the world. 5 national reports, 5 reviews, and decades of sustained good faith engagement is what we see here. this historic CEDAW review and 25th Taiwan CEDAW anniversary celebration occurs as the committee marks 45 years of the CEDAW ratification. Three things are evident in Taiwan: commitment, consistency, and collaboration within and among government as the duty bearer and with stakeholders and rights holders. That commitment has not been rhetorical. Since the fourth review, Taiwan enacted the Stalking and Harassment Prevention Act, amended the Gender Equality in Employment Act, the Sexual Assault Crime Prevention Act, and the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, including establishing a sexual image processing center for non-consensual image abuse, and many other actions that have been undertaken by the government. Some 36,205 laws were screened for CEDAW compliance, with 244 out of 272 non-compliant instruments already amended. Today, over 41% of the legislative yuan is comprised of women, the highest proportion in Asia that is worth commendation, as it reflects a clear progressive step towards CEDAW GR40 standard of parity 50-50 in leadership and governance. However, challenges persist. As the UN Human Rights Council noted, no country globally has achieved equality, and the UN Secretary General has warned that achieving full global gender equality may take about 300 years, with women's rights being threatened and rolled back, especially in the digital world of technology and AI. At the Geneva Global Dialogue on AI Governance, which I had the privilege to attend this week, it was unequivocally agreed that there can be no true human rights-based AI governance in the world without the full implementation of CEDAW. Taiwan, as the undisputed backbone of the global digital hardware and semiconductor industry, has a unique role to play in modeling inclusive digital governance and CEDAW accountability across the technology value chain. Yet women hold only 12% of management positions of companies powering the semiconductor industry that produces more than 60% of the world's chips, despite being 37% of its workforce. Gender pay gap that was 15.8% in 2024 is widening, and over 250,000 migrant women sustaining the care economy through care for Taiwan's children, elderly, disabled, and overall productivity human power base remain excluded from the Labor Standards Act, with no minimum wage, no overtime, no rest day. This structural exclusion, sitting at the center of one of the world's most advanced digital economies, reflects concerns usually perceived in Taiwan and everywhere: gaps in cascading, customization, and coordination of efforts that aim to embed and sustain the pipeline required to achieve the safe, secure, sustainable, and inclusive future we all want. A realization that CEDAW matters beyond protection alone or addressing symptoms of inequality like gender-based violence is needed. That CEDAW is an instrument for propagating the productivity of humanity. Every woman excluded from economic life, from leadership, from safety online, in the workplace, or at home is a loss not only to her personally, but to her society's productive capacity. Equality is not a cost Taiwan bears. It is a multiplier, not yet fully unlocked. And the Cities for CEDAW model envisaged through the City of Taoyuan exchange visit is an opportunity to link Taiwan with the Cities for CEDAW Global Coalition, now spanning many regions of the world. I hope this exchange bears fruitful seeds. Government makes laws, but women live the reality of equality or exclusion at the level of the city in whether childcare is affordable or small business loans are accessible or public transport is safe after dark. Whether development priorities, budgets, procurement, and investment outlooks reflect protection and governance needs of citizens, including different groups of women, especially the structurally excluded and marginalized. The Cities for CEDAW implementation model offers the potential of localized, practical, targeted commitment that cascades protection to cities and communities, which are currently the theaters and epicenter of human rights violation. In closing, let me clarify that this review is not adversarial. It is a shared act of accountability towards building Taiwan and nations across the world where women's rights are non-negotiable assets and development bricks. I look forward to a constructive fifth review ahead, and congratulations again to Taiwan on reaching this milestone of 25 years of commitment to CEDAW. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Chairperson Egomamian Michelia for her remark. 非常谢谢主席的致辞哦。Yes, commitment, consistency, and collaboration. That is how we have come to where we are today. 没错，台湾透过持续的合作以及投入呢，希望进一步的达成性别平等的目标以及承诺。And now， 接下来呢，我们要有请国家人权委员会季惠荣副主任委员上台致辞，掌声欢迎。Next, please welcome Vice Chairperson of National Human Rights Commission (ROC) Taiwan, 惠荣季 to the stage for her remark. 副主委有请。
行政院副院长郑丽君， Our Vice Premier Zheng Lijun, our Minister without portfolio, all of our CEDAW review members, our legislators, and all of our colleagues and friends who care about gender equality. Good morning, everyone, and our friends from India. In 1990s, the NGOs started advocating for the Human Rights Committee in Taiwan. In 2009, the CEDAW review conclusion opinion has suggested that Taiwan should establish a national human rights organization. And repeatedly, after 3 times in 2020, our commission was finally established. We would like to speak on behalf of all the NGOs, on behalf of the NHRC, to speak to all of the NGOs that are advocating for gender equality and human rights protection, and our reviewers for our deepest gratitude and respect. We are facing utmost challenges right now. We're facing regional conflicts, a digression in democracy, and a limit in women's rights. Digital and technology and AI development have also added to the risk of gender-based violence. We have climate change that has also led to economic inequality and added to the adversary of these disadvantaged women and the intersectionality discrimination. We can see that facing these challenges, we need to change all of our systems and public dialogue to continue respond to this quickly and rapid transitioning world. We must remind everyone that the gender equality result in Taiwan is hard-earned, whether it's the emerging women's movement adding to the adoption of the domestic violence related acts, and also to the gender equality committee that was established at the executive yuan, and also responding to the Me Too movement and all of the reforms. All of these improvements in Taiwan are an answer and insistence by Taiwan, but also a demonstrating power and a positive power in the region. We should treasure all of these results and continue to deepen all of these results. The NHRC will continue our responsibility in advocating and overseeing the realization of CEDAW, and also working with the civil society and NGOs to continue encouraging conversation and dialogue so that the spirit of CEDAW can be realized in all corners of Taiwan. Finally, I hope that our 5 distinguished and expert reviewers, with your utmost suggestion, a valuable suggestion, and your observation can help Taiwan to review our current systems and policies and to see how we can further improve in the future to further deepen the women's rights in Taiwan and the protection and also the gender equality. Gender equality is the basic rights guaranteed by our Constitution and also the sustainable value the core value for sustainable development of a democratic society, and it responds to the United Nations Human Rights Declaration, and it's a right that cannot be deprived. We are still facing a lot of challenges, but we should work together to safeguard gender equality, promote an inclusive society with respect, and continue to strive for improvement. We would like to thank all of you for your contributions and your effort. We would like to thank all of the government agencies, the CSOs, and all of our colleagues in gender movements in facilitating this important meeting today.
回荣记 ，Thank you。那我们今天呢 ，CEDAW 第5次国家报告国际审查会议的开幕式呢，行政院郑丽君副院长特别出席哦，也显示政府对于性别平等以及人权的重视。接下来我们就掌声欢迎郑丽君副院长上台致辞。Next, please welcome Vice Premier Li Junzheng, ROC Taiwan, to the stage for her remark. 副院长有请。
令人敬重的国际
Distinguished reviewers, all of our experts, commissioners, and Vice Chairperson Ji Huirong, members of the NHRC, of Control Yuan, our members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all of our experts and academics. Good morning, everyone from the EY as well. On behalf of Premier of EY, I would like to welcome everyone to the 5th National Report to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Starting from 2009, Taiwan submitted its first voluntary report for CEDAW, and in 2011, we passed the Enforcement Act of CEDAW. And we have every 4 years, we deliver our national report. It shows that we are committed and determined to be aligned with the national standards, and this is our 5th national report. We can see that it stands as the longest implementation history and the highest level of maturity in our country. In the past, we have had many reviewers helping us in our national report, CSOs, experts who have helped us, which shows Taiwan is taking steps in striving for improvements. And this year, in our review meeting, we have our chair and our fellow expert reviewers to help us review the national report and to find accountability, to show our transparency and our commitment for further improvement in the future. And we would, on behalf of EY, we would like to thank our 5 experts for coming all this way despite the typhoon to come to Taiwan and provide your expert opinions for our national report. And we would like to thank everyone for your contribution. We would like to a round of applause to our reviewers and all of our experts. In order to come up with submit the 5th national report, we have invited various organizations. So we would like to thank all of the meetings that we've had with the CSOs and included the opinions from the CSOs responding to the fourth national report and the concluding opinions that were raised and suggestions that helped us improve and also helped us look back on our past 4 years to see all of the things that we have done to improve women's rights protection and gender equality. And we hope that with this review meeting, we can continue to create government, CSO, and international society exchanges and dialogue to further determine our steps and directions for the future. July 15th will be the 30th anniversary of our lifting of the martial law in Taiwan. When we look back in history, the gender equality development is very closely related to the democratization in Taiwan. From the review of our acts in the past in the civil code, and also all of our stalking and harassment acts, and our amendment to the 4 laws on intimate images and so on, we further mainstreamed gender equality. And with CSO participation and PPP, we have included gender perspectives in all of our government projects and laws to minimize inequality in gender in all organizations and policies, and also to further practice women's rights and diverse gender equality. I would like to thank everyone for all of your efforts, for devoting your efforts in all of our endeavor. This report dates from 2021 to 2024, all of our efforts in eliminating all discriminations against women. And when we look at the United Nations indicators, Taiwan ranks about 10 in 167 countries. If we look at the OECD indicators, we rank number 6 in 179 countries, first in Asia. And as our chair mentioned earlier on, in 2024, we have 40% of female legislators in Taiwan, which is the highest in Asia. And in this report, we have also demonstrated our protection of human rights and female rights in our judicial system, and also gender-based violence prevention, work rights, health rights, economic and social safety, social rights, and also gender equality in family and marriage and in society. After 4 years, we are going to continue improvement. In 2025, we came up with the National Action Plan for Preventing Gender-Based Violence. We understand that gender-based violence has extended from physical society into the digital world. And with the AI technology quickly developing, we have established a center to process GBV sexual images, and also hoping to build a zero-tolerance society for gender-based violence. And this year, we have also started the parental leave allowance based on days that can be provided on a daily basis. And male application has exceeded that of women for the past 2 months, reaching over 50%. And President Lai Ching-te proposed the family support chapter for our new strategy for population in Taiwan, focusing on public care and gender equity for both parents to take care of their children, for both parents to have more than 6 months, 6+3, a total of 9 months for parental leave allowances. and extending from 3 years to 6 years. And we have the 6+3 months for parental leave allowances. All of these policies are seeking to break the traditional gender-based roles in the family, and also to take the burdens off the woman and turn it into corporate and national responsibility. These bills have all been sent to the Legislative Yuan, and we hope to work with the LY to quickly adopt these acts and revisions. I'm sure all of this shows that we will not stop in striving for equality. In the future, we will continue to build a family-friendly workplace and to produce employment for all parents, to enforce female women decision-making, to reduce disparity in wages, and also to reinforce gender-based violence protection, and to further facilitate the health and economic safety of women, and to focus on all of the intersectionalities of the diverse genders. Finally, I would like to thank our 5 reviewers for coming all of this way. I would like to thank all of our CSOs, our experts, and academia for your support. We hope to lend on our build on the experiences of the international society so that CEDAW can really be implemented in all corners of the society in Taiwan, so that democracy in Taiwan can produce all genders in Taiwan, and for everyone to enjoy a free and dignified and equal life in Taiwan, so that we can live democratically and sustainably. Thank you, everyone.
有请您先移驾到台前呢，我们准备一起来和我们的贵宾合影。And next, we'd like to do 3 group photos. And for that, we would like to have Vice Premier Zheng stand in the very front. And next, if you hear names, please join Vice Premier Zheng in the very front. 接下来呢，我们首先第一张要邀请的是我们国际审查委员会的主席。Firstly, we'd like to welcome once again Chair of International Review Committee, Ms. Esther Agobamian Michelia. Please join Vice Premier Zheng in the front. 我们再次掌声欢迎，有请国家人权委员会季惠荣副主任委员，副主委有请。And next, Vice Chairperson 惠荣姬 of National Human Rights Commission, and the members of our International Review Committee. Firstly, Dr. Nicholas Bloom. 接下来我们有请我们国际审查委员 ，and Professor Hei Su Xin. 接下来呢，我们要有请沈慧秀教授 ，and Ms. Marian Bethel, and Dr. Leticia Boniface Alfonso, 以及我们本次政府机关代表团的团长林明兴政委，政委也有请 ，and Head of ROC Taiwan Government Delegation, Minister without Portfolio, Mr. Minshen Lin. 好，我们有请我们台前的贵宾呢，先看向前方的镜头。Please look at the cameras in front of you. A very big smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we have one more camera in the back. Okay, 3, 2, 1. And please stay where you are. We have 2 more photos. 好，我们请贵宾呢再留步一下。我们接下来还有2张合照。For the second photo, if you hear names, please come to the stage. Thank you. Next, we'd like to welcome our ambassadors and also representatives of foreign missions here in Taiwan. 接下来有请驻台的使节。首先有请贝里斯大使 Ambassador Catherine Megan of Belize. Please join us on the stage. 再次掌声欢迎。比利时台北办事处的处长 Director Matthew Brander, Belgian Office Taipei. 有请。匈牙利贸易办事处的代表 Representative Tamara Ver, Hungarian Trade Office Taipei. 马尼拉的驻台代表 Chairperson of Resident Representative Corazon of Chile, and Pedinos, Manila Economic and Cultural Office. Please also join us on the stage. 马来西亚友谊及贸易中心代理代表 Acting President Izati Asia at the Malaysian Friendship and Trade Center, Taipei. 接下来我们有请欧洲经贸办事处的副处长 Deputy Head of Office Lucas Gatos, European Economic and Trade Office. 瓜地马拉大使馆2的秘书 Second Secretary Douglas Ronald Barrera Antesio Embassy of Guatemala， 以及英国在台办事处的机会处长 Program Manager Portia Allen the British Office Taipei. Please also join us on the stage. 接下来我们有请瑞士商务办事处的初级专员 Junior Officer Melanie Aliverti Trade Office of Swiss Industries 以及马尼拉经济文化办事处的特助 and Head Executive Assistant Angeli Joyce Barafon Manila Economic and Cultural Office. Okay. Please join us on the stage. 好，接下来呢，我们就有请各位贵宾看向前方的镜头。Please look at the cameras in front of you. Okay, firstly, to our photographer, 有要调整的地方吗 ？Okay, people in the back, please take one step to your right. Yes, thank you. Okay, all right, 3, 2, 1. All right. OK 吗？好，那我们前排的贵宾再留步一下 ，Please stay where you are, and ambassadors and representatives, you may return to your seats right now. Thank you. One more photo, all right? 好，还有最后一张呢，是要邀请到我们现场呢，还有许多共同推动性平的贵宾以及伙伴到台前到舞台上来。首先呢，我们第一排要邀请性平会的于秀芝委员，有请委员。And for the third photo. We'd also like to welcome more guests working with us to advance gender equality in Taiwan. Firstly, we have Gender Equality Committee member 秀芝瑜。接下来倡明道的贵宾呢，我们要请您站在台上哦。有请立法院许忠信委员 ，Legislator 钟信徐 ，Please join us on the stage。接下来我们有请国家人权委员会的高永成委员、王丽珍委员。田秋瑾委员以及王佑林委员。Next, we'd like to welcome the 4 members, commissioners of National Human Rights Commission, to also join us on the stage. 有请我们4位委员到台上来，也要邀请我们咨询委员，包括了有叶德兰委员、陈瑶华委员以及杜思成委员。And also from the advisory committee.We have our members 德兰耶、姚华琛 and 施成都，以及我们性平会的委员，包括了有秦继芳委员以及吴慧玲委员 and Executive Yuan's Gender Equality Committee members. Please also join us on the stage. 以及承办我们本次活动的行政院性别平等处林秋君处长 and Director Children Lin Department of Gender Equality.Executive Yuan， 好，摄影师帮我们看一下有没有哪边要微调的地方 ，and let's see if any fine tuning to be done here. Okay. All right. 好，请看向前方的镜头 ，Please look at the cameras in front of you. 3, 2, 1. Okay? Do we have to take one more? Okay, one more. They are perfectionists. We have to do the photo very well. Okay. All right, one more time, everybody. Please look at the cameras in front of you. 3, 2, 1. Nervous. Okay, yes. 我们再次掌声谢谢所有贵宾，也谢谢郑丽君副院长特别出席。我们其他贵宾稍微留步一下。我们郑丽君副院长呢，接下来还另有行程要先行离开了。我们非常谢谢郑丽君副院长。Thank you very much to Vice Premier Li Junzheng once again for attending the opening ceremony. 再次掌声谢谢副院长，谢谢。也谢谢参与合照的所有的贵宾。 那各位贵宾，接下来呢，我们稍微休息5分钟，休息5分钟。等一下回来呢，我们即将要进行的是委员会与监察院国家人权委员会以及立法院的会议。Okay, everybody, we take a 5 minutes break from here, and when we come back, it's going to be the meeting with representatives of the National Human Rights Commission and the Legislative Yuan. We'll be back in 5 minutes, everyone. 提醒各位贵宾，接下来呢，委员会与国家人权委员会及立法院会议，我们再过大概2分钟之后要开始了，请各位贵宾呢准备就座。Everyone, please return to your seats. In about 2 minutes, we're going to proceed to the meeting with National Human Rights Commission and Legislative Yuan. Thank you.可能请他上来的时候，还是要跟他稍微说明一下。
会，他在这里。你摆好了吗？
对，我现在要收掉。
然后这个是他们自己拿走，
所以我们要这个不用的就可以。
应该是先
全
问那
会。
2位。
这边吗？再问。跟他们确认坐哪里？
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next, we're going to move on to the meeting with the National Human Rights Commission and Legislative Yuan. 接下来呢是委员会与国家人权委员会和立法院会议哦。那接下来呢是国家人权委员会以及立法院各有10分钟的报告时间。那10分钟报告完之后呢，各有10分钟的 Q&A 时间哦。那我们会响铃来提醒您，3分钟的时候呢一声，1分钟的时候一声，时间到的时候呢再一声哦。And the National Human Rights Commission and Legislative Yuan will each have 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 10-minute QA. And with the time, 3 minutes left for the bell ring, 1 minute, and time's up. All right, to begin this session, Chair, would you like to say something to begin this session? 那接下来交给主席。
Thank you very much. I'm sure we've got a very long day ahead of us. I want to congratulate all of us for a good opening ceremony. I will not want to take much time. We have a dialogue with the Human Rights Commission and the Legislative Yuan. So I'd like to yield the floor to you just so we save time and ask that you make your presentation and members of the committee will respond to them. Thank you.
好，那接下来就有请人权委员会。Yes, firstly, the National Human Rights Commission.
首先，我代表国家人权来。
So first of all, I would like to give a presentation on our independent assessment report on behalf of NHRC, and there are 4 parts. So the first 3 parts will be presented by myself. Those are recommendations on policies focusing on those marginalized women and gender-based violence and national mechanism for promoting gender equality. And the last part provides responses and explanations regarding previous concluding observations and current list issues related to NHRC. So first, I would like to start with gender-based violence and also our observations and assessment and recommendations regarding difficulties in getting judicial remedy for sexual assault cases. Following are our recommendations that elements constituting offenses against sexual autonomy should be amended from against the victim's will to active consent model. And also, we urge judicial personnel should also be encouraged to seek diverse evidence during the investigation and trial process. And also regarding the Stalking and Harassment and Prevention Act, which was an act that enforced 4 years ago. So our recommendations are as follows. First, we need to improve the professional knowledge and skills of police officers, and also judicial organs should expedite the processing and trial of civil protection orders. Police and health authorities should coordinate as soon as possible to improve treatment plans for perpetrators, because in the past 2 years, there were only 3 cases. So that performance really warrants a further investigation. And then also, we don't have sufficient protection for adult victims in sexual image crime cases. And increasing complexity of digital gender-based violence, we recommend. First, we need to amend relevant laws and regulations, and also we need to impose responsibilities on internet service providers. Secondly, we should have dedicated task forces within the prosecution and police to actively investigate and deter illegal sexual image crimes against adults. And moving on, we would like to talk about hate speeches against marginalized and disadvantaged women. We think that the government should actively enact the Anti-Discrimination Act. We have been waiting for 2 years without any results. And also, hate speech should be clearly defined, and also there should be a tiered handling mechanism to be designed. And then regarding the plight of women in rural areas and indigenous women and women with disabilities, we recommend the shortage and uneven distribution of public child care and women's health care services in rural and indigenous areas should be improved. And also, we should improve resources and information regarding accessibility of medical environments and facilities. And also, we should improve accessible restrooms, lactation rooms, and other spaces and facilities. And moving on to migrant female workers and their children. And we would also like to point out and remind that those children born to unaccounted for or without documented migrant workers, there are altogether 4,173 children. And then there are still 887 of them are still missing and leaving their nationality status and protection of rights unclear. And furthermore, the actual number of non-citizen children whose births were not reported remain unknown, although the government has formulated guidelines for medical and welfare subsidies for children born to unaccounted for migrant workers. However, the utilization rate is very low. And also, we recommend institutional deficiencies regarding the insufficient protection of female migrant workers' labor rights should be improved at the source to ensure they enjoy the same labor human rights protection as domestic workers. And also, we need to have regular collaboration mechanism to be established with migrant workers' human rights organizations to review and continuously improve the accessibility and effectiveness of medical welfare, education, and childcare support measures for undocumented children, ensuring no child suffers discrimination due to their parents' identity or residency status. And also, with regard to the institutional discrimination faced by divorced women and LGBTQI+ individuals. The systematic discrimination in regard to that, we recommend we should amend laws to accelerate relaxed requirements for claiming alimony, and the right to claim should not be extinguished upon remarriage. Pensions from various professions should also be included in scope of claims for the distribution of remaining marital property, and that the artificial reproduction system should be amended to include lesbian spouses. The mandatory surgery requirement for gender marker change registration should be abolished. We would like to point this out, that this is the requirement of CEDAW and also the two covenants observations. This is a reminder that keeps coming out from the conclusion observations. However, it's not yet implemented. And next, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Gao Yongcheng to give the presentation on the evaluation of the effectiveness of the gender equality mechanism. Good morning, everyone, and our IRC members. Now I would like to talk about our mechanisms that advance national gender equality. And also, I would like to respond to our list from point 3 to 4, and also the recommendation. So first, with regard to the mechanism by which our country wants to facilitate and advance gender equality, the mechanism by which the presidential office promotes and implements CEDAW in accordance with its duties remain unclear. There are 3 new task-oriented committees established by the presidential office, which also suffered a gender imbalance. And also, we would like to talk about the control yuan, which NHRC sits, that for the operation of the gender equality mechanisms across the 5 yuans, that the information should be fully disclosed. And we would like to remind, when it comes to executive yuan, that the proportion of female cabinet members remain persistently low. Furthermore, several laws and regulations that do not comply with CEDAW, such as Genetic Health Act, have long failed to be amended. So we would like to urge executive yuan to amend these regulations. And with regard to legislative yuan, that NHRC recommends that mechanisms should be established to ensure that all bills and deliberation comply with the standards and human rights conventions, including CEDAW. Regarding the judicial yuan, we recommend a gender-friendly judicial system should be promoted. The effectiveness of monitoring and accountability mechanisms should be evaluated, and internal gender discrimination and violence should be addressed. And we also have a recommendation that effective measures should be developed to increase quantity and quality of CEDAW citations in judicial judgments. And we think that all statutory functions and powers of NHRC require decisions by the committee plenary meeting. However, the investigations initiated and recommendations made by the NHRC do not possess legally binding force. In 2025, NHRC's operational budget was slashed by over 96% by the legislative yuan. The 2026 budget and nominations for the new term of commissioners have yet to pass review by the legislative yuan. The legislative yuan is specifically reminded that in 2020, to ensure NHRC complied with the Paris Principles, lawmakers across party lines jointly amended the Organic Act of the Control Yuan, explicitly stipulation that the vacancies for the 7 Control Yuan members should concurrently serve as ex-officio member of the NHRC must be left unfilled. And also, the working methods for monitoring women's human rights include cooperation with Foundation for Women's Rights Promotion and Developmentation between 2023 and 2025 to engage in annual dialogues with local women's groups to widely gather local information. And we monitor the status of specific groups or particular rights issues. And we participate in the review of CEDAW period national reports and midterm review meetings on implementation. And then as of 2026 April, NHRC has received a total of 839 complaint cases. We have thus processed 823 cases. NHRC accepts complaints cases from various fields. However, NHRC does not possess the authority to compel public or private sector to cooperate with investigations, mandate cessations of discrimination, or directly provide remedies. That concludes my presentation.
To the International Review Committee, any questions to the National Human Rights Commission?
I will now open the floor to colleagues who might have questions for the Human Rights Commission, starting with Professor Nicholas. You have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. It's a privilege to be back here and be able to see how things are developing in Taiwan. I just have a small question relating to the last remark which we just heard, that on complaints there are the complaints coming to the Human Rights Committee. You cannot actually force any private or public player to participate. But how do you actually manage these complaints? How do you deal with them, and what are the outcome and results? How it is really working when there are no real enforcement mechanism in place? I would like to hear how you do this in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Marion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I join my colleague in extending my thanks for this invitation to be here with you. It is an honor for me. I'd like to ask about the anti-discrimination law and hate speech that you referred to in Section B of this document, where you speak of a definition for hate speech. What benchmark are you using, and how are you proposing that a statutory definition would look like in terms of hate speech. I'd like to hear your view on what that would look like, the statutory definition of hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Professor Jesus.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's good to see you all and then be back to Taiwan regularly. Yeah. My question is also regarding the draft Anti-Discrimination Act that the Vice Chair of the National Human Rights Commission has included in her presentation. I see that this draft Anti-Discrimination Act suffers from an insufficient scope of prohibited discrimination. And I got the information that it doesn't include all protected grounds like sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. It's difficult for me to understand because Taiwan has already the legal same-sex marriage. So I guess that there is higher understanding by the public of the issue. And why do you still struggle with this comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation when you have the legal base? So the conflict is still continuing and there is a backlash, or what is the background? And many countries, including my own country, South Korea, of course, in legislating comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, the real battle is regarding sexual orientation and gender identity. But I thought Taiwan would be a little bit different and much better than my own country or other countries. So please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Leticia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I have heard that divorced women face discrimination. Could you specify what that entails?
Before I turn the floor over to the Human Rights Commission, I also have a question. And my question is your response to the budget slash, because you talked about a 96% reduction in the budget. In practice, how has this affected service delivery in terms of rights protection by the agency? And what alternate measures do you have in place? Do you have a private sector fund? Do you have some other kind of resources as a fallback to ensure that there is no break in protection for women and other affected groups? Thank you. And now I turn the floor over to the Human Rights Commission for this first round of responses. Thank you.
好，首先我代表
So first of all, on behalf of NHRC, I would like to be the first one to answer the questions. And should there be need for further comments or information, I'll ask our colleagues to provide information. So for the complaint, even though we cannot really enforce on these public or private sectors, however, public sectors can actually share information with us if we submit application. So we have a case of the air flight companies, the flight attendant are required to put up certain makeup and their hair. They need to wear stockings and high heel shoes. And because we receive complaints from these flight attendants, so we activated investigation, and then we work through Ministry of Transportation, because that is the authority regulating the flight companies. So we need to coordinate and collaborate with Ministry of Transportation, and then later on private flight companies, airlines like the China airline owned by Taiwan and EVA airline. They changed the dress code for flight attendants. They can actually wear long pants, so we can actually see, even though we cannot interfere the operation of private sectors, however, we can do that through their competent authorities. And it's very unfortunate that for after 2 years areas of discussion with regard to hate speech. We have these interdepartmental discussion on hate speech within Executive Yuan, and then during the discussion, they want to have these decentralized regulation to address the issue of hate speech. However, NHRC strongly urged them to have active regulation. Even if it's this decentralized regulation, you still need to have an umbrella overarching mechanism to have a one unified framework. And also, the hate speech definition is not very clear. Cyber hate speech and gender-based hate speech are not included in the hate speech. We feel very sorry about that. And also, we would like to further expand comprehensive hate speech definition. However, our administrative branch think it's actually difficult to implement. And then also with regard to the definition of divorced women, last time we recommended that the alimony for these divorced women should still continue regardless of their marital status, so whether they get remarried or not. And for the alimony for divorced women, I think it should really depends on the number of dependents of the depending children. And also, I think I can ask our staff to actually provide more information afterward. And also with regard to this very low budget, we are really struggling. This is an uphill battle, and my colleague Gao Yongcheng would actually provide more information on that. With regard to the budget impact, budget/impact. Indeed, after our budget was cut by the legislative yuan by 96%. Of course, because we do have the statutory requirement for the HR budget. However, when it comes to our operations, they are all affected. When it comes to, for example, investigation of making a case and research, it's difficult. We have been put on hold. So that impact is really big. And then also in terms of monitoring of our human rights status here in Taiwan, we are all affected. Other source of funding, we're trying to make ways for fundraising or apply funding from other independent foundations for subsidies and further funding support. Yes, we are struggling indeed because of that statutory limitation. We still need to have sufficient funding from legislative yuan approval to allow us to have this full and healthy operation. And with regard to the complaints investigation, we cannot really enforce on these private and public sector. But when it comes to the flight attendant cases, we can actually enlist the power of media when this case went to the media, and then that the societal sentiment did support the cause and supported the report. So I think our sphere of influence probably does not come from the actual law enforcement, but we actually have that through the support of the society and public. That concludes my answer. Okay, I would like to add one more point on divorced women. I have one additional piece of information to offer. So about these, the spouses requirements. So you can actually ask for divorce whether you have the responsibility. So for the more marginalized or disadvantaged spouse, and also the minor's protection is not enough. So when Executive Yuan amended the law, they actually added that when divorce occurs, and then if these divorced spouses' capability to seek employment, they can actually be factor into the divorce. So we would like to continue to talk to the government to allow these divorced women, they can still require for alimony, so their rights can still be protected.
Thank you very much for the responses. I will now come back to this side of the hall and ask. I saw Dr. Letty, you had questions, or you're okay? Yes, Professor Jesus, thank you.
Thank you, but I didn't get reply to my answer regarding the comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. I hope you understood my question.
While you're waiting,
好，
while
我
you're
就
waiting,
反歧视法的部分哈，稍
For the Anti-Discrimination Act, currently the EY we think that for hate speech needs to be included in Anti-Discrimination Act, but we haven't received a positive response. And whether we need a specific act for anti-discrimination, or do we want to include it in the anti-discrimination? We believe that we need a dedicated law for anti-discrimination so that we don't have discrepant definitions for anti-discrimination, and that's our position. And you asked about how our budget was used last year. We had a budget cut last year, but we saved some budget from 2024. So for CEDAW related issues, we did CSO consultations and expert consultations, and these were all paid for from the budget from the previous year. And because of the budget cut, we reinforced our cooperation with government and CSOs, including women's rights groups, and we further understood more about the related issue. And we would like to thank LY for giving us further budget at the end of August last year. So some of our cases, we have a systematic survey for living rights and housing rights, and that's how we did it through the second part of the budget. Thank you.
Professor Faisal.
Just one additional point. The discussion and conflict regarding draft Anti-Discrimination Act that was made in 2024. It's regarding the issue of hate speech, whether to include it or not, but not about sexual orientation or gender identity, which is already included. Yeah, so some information that I got is not correct. Okay, so there is no dispute regarding sex-related thing. It's all included in the draft. And it's a hate speech. That's one. Yeah. Okay. Now clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Marion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make 3 points. I'd like to go back to the hate speech issue. I had asked specifically about what is the benchmark that you are using? What is the guideline that you are using and recommending in regard to how what the definition should look like? You talk about currently it's conflated with terroristic speech or external political influence, and it does not target the specific group. So what is the benchmark that you're looking for, that you're using in order to guide a statutory definition of hate speech? I'd also like to just turn your attention to 2 issues. You brought up the issue of challenges faced by female migrant workers during pregnancy and childcare. You also brought up the issue of non-citizen children born to undocumented migrant workers, but I don't see any recommendations in this document in regard to those 2 groups of people. You give recommendations in terms of divorced women and the LGBTI community, but not the female migrant workers during pregnancy and childcare and non-citizen children. So I'd like to know, what is it that you're recommending as a commission in regard to those 2 groups? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. I would also like to add a question. Thank you very much for your responses with regards to use of budget, and options for securing additional budget. I was just curious to know if you actually have done any economic cost analysis, the impact, the economic consequence of failure to protect because sometimes that perspective is not often clear to other stakeholders and policymakers and the legislature. Have you costed what society would pay for failure to protect? Because that is usually what's missing, is that people think it's a charity service to citizens. However, it's directly linked to productive capacities across many sectors. Do you have a cost-benefit analysis of failure to protect in Taiwan? Thank you. So now you have the floor to respond to, I think, 2 or 3 questions. Thank you.
好，
Thank you. Regarding the migrant workers' childbirth, because for the female migrant workers and for undocumented female workers and their children, because a lot of them are not registered, so we don't know the actual number. But here we have a very strong suggestion that they should have the same protection as our domestic, as the workers in Taiwan. For example, during COVID-19, or a lot of children or a lot of female migrant workers hit and they were unable to get the vaccination. We recommended that they come in for vaccinations and we won't take them away. And we also have the children's medical benefit guideline, but the usage is very low because undocumented workers are migrant workers are afraid of being deported back to their own mother country. So we also suggested that we should establish a standing cooperation with CSOs to make sure that these undocumented children have the childcare and daycare policies that will support them. That's our suggestion. For these female migrant workers, at our NHRC, we provided a special report last week, because the female migrant workers in Taiwan, there are about 280,000 of them who are working as domestic workers in families, and there are no acts that provide them protections, protect their labor conditions in Taiwan. And they, for example, female migrant workers, when they are pregnant in factories, we have Gender Equity Act or Basic Labor Act that will cover their protection. But for migrant workers as domestic workers, they don't have the Basic Labor Act that will cover them. Of course, the Gender Equity Act is still applied to them, but there is an insufficiency in the Employment Act for them. So once they become pregnant, they become undocumented because the owners or the bosses, they do not provide them protections. And the policies are fragmented despite the many policies, so they become undocumented, and the children, they drift apart with and become dispersed with the mothers. We know at least there are 800 children who are out there in the corners of Taiwan that belong to undocumented migrant workers. Thank you very much. You talked about the cost-benefit analysis and the economic cost analysis.
Be able to provide that in writing? Is it possible to give us something in writing on the cost-benefit analysis, so we can give like 5 minutes to the legislative yuan to make a presentation, because we're running behind schedule. Thank you.
好，那接下来就有请范云委员。And now,
distinguished international experts, civil society partners, and members of National Human Rights Commission. I'm Fan Yun. It's my honor to be here. Having been a long-time advocate in the women's movement, I'm very proud to say that I was among those who pushed for our government to sign the CEDAW Convention. Although it is deeply regrettable that to this day, the United Nations still refuse to accept Taiwan's instrument of ratification. However, I would say that because of this challenge, Taiwan has innovated a unique model of CEDAW implementation. Okay, next. I'm sorry, the words are quite small there. I try to make it bilingual. Okay. This weekend, I have checked my presentation at CEDAW review meeting last time. I found that actually our Congress has achieved a lot in the past 4 years. So then I will focus on the progress we made over the past 4 years. First of all, eliminating gender-based violence. Our Congress has enacted the Stalking and Harassment Prevention Act, has also amended 4 laws against non-consensual intimate imagery and deepfakes. Our Congress also has overhauled the 3 gender equality laws after the Me Too movement. Lastly, our Congress has amended criminal code to extend the statute of limitations for child sexual assault to start at age 20. Actually, I have pushed that since my last term as legislator, so I'm very proud to tell you that this legal amendment was just passed last week. Okay. Okay. Now about a more family-friendly workplace. Okay. Since 2021, I have been advocating for gender equality in care work, more accessible parental leave, increasing the parental leave allowance to encourage both parents take leave, and allowing leave to be taken on a day-by-day basis. I'm very glad to see these proposals now incorporated into the Executive Yuan's draft amendment, currently under review in our Congress. I think they should be passed soon. Secondly, actually, our Congress has also amended amended related law to allow civil servants taking parental leave will no longer be penalized in their performance evaluation. I'm also very proud to tell you that my proposal is the only proposal in the Congress, and that was passed. So what's our next step? Okay, we will continue to work on paid family care leave, pay leave for arranging long-term care, and very important, to redesign workplaces to support families. Okay. Regarding increasing women's decision-making power, which I think is very important, our Congress have passed amendment to the Local Government Act. In the future, in each electoral district, at least 1/3 of elected representatives shall be of either gender. In the past, it's only 1/4 and for women. Okay. Our Congress has also amended the National Sports Act. In the future, in every sports associations, at least 1/3 of board members shall be, again, of either gender. Okay, so what's my next agenda? Actually, I have already submitted legal proposals to establish a gender quota for the cabinet, and also propose a legal proposal to ensure political parties to support women's political participation, especially for those women from a disadvantaged background. Okay. For LGBTQ plus rights, we have done something to enhance legal protections for LGBTQ plus families. Our government has issued administrative interpretation, 函释, to recognize transnational same-sex marriage, regardless whether it is recognized in their partner's home country. But I have to tell you that it's only include Hong Kong and Macau, yet still exclude partners from China. Our Congress has also expanded the Domestic Violence Protection Act to cover the in-laws of same-sex couples. Lastly, our Congress has also amended the law to grant same-sex spouse the rights to jointly adopt children. So again, what's our next step? We will amend the so-called the Assisted Reproduction Act to extend access to single women and lesbian couples. This one is about the gender and women's study in higher education. I want to remind you all that according to the 2022 CEDAW Force International Reviews, the IRC raised concerns that gender and women's studies program and institutes in higher education remain structurally vulnerable. That's exactly the quote, in your report. I want to thank you for this. Because of your review, I have successfully secured annual funding from Ministry of Education to support teaching and research at Taiwan's 3 Graduate Institute of Gender Studies. So your review is very important. Lastly, I want to say that actually we still have a lot to work on. First of all, the Legislative Yuan currently has no mechanism to review draft law against CEDAW, nor does it provide a CEDAW-based complaint process. Secondly, the ministry have yet to incorporate gender-responsive budgeting into their legislative budget submission. Lastly, I personally think that, and I think you will agree, we, Taiwan, need a national museum dedicated to women's rights and heritage. So let's continue to join forces. And I want to thank you all for making Taiwan a better place for women and sexual minority. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sure colleagues have questions, as I do, but I will crave your indulgence if we could have that presentation, because I don't think we have it. It would be very useful. I have questions. I know we're running behind time, but please crave us the indulgence to, now that we have the privilege to have Legislative Yuan here, to pose a few questions. And so I'll open the floor for short, quick questions. I also have some. Floor is open. Nicholas, then Marion.
Go on. Okay, thank you. Now it works. I have a very small technical question. But both the minister this morning and you referred to that you have improved the system with parental leave, and you have introduced a system based on days. But I don't really, can you explain what does that mean in practice, technically? Because when you tell me it's based on days, I don't fully understand how it has been improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Marion? No? Yes, Jesus.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. It's good to hear that there have been many achievements, including based on the recommendations of the International Review Committee 4 years ago. And congratulations to you and the Legislative Yuan for the good achievements, including the extension of paternity leave from 7 days now, 14 days. It's a draft which will be passed, I think, soon. Yeah. And my question is, which you didn't include in your presentation. There has been a question for a long time by not only the CEDAW committee, but also other international review committees regarding the true independence of the National Human Rights Commission in Taiwan, because it is included under the umbrella of Control UN, yeah? And then I think that provides real structural limitation for the independence of the National Human Rights Commission in accordance with the Paris Principles. And I read that Control UN proposed a draft amendment which is under currently deliberation by the Legislative Yuan. So what is the prospect to be passed? And I know that the composition of the Legislative Yuan is very now problematic. So in addition to my question to you regarding this Control Yuan's proposed amendment, the prospect to be passed, but I would like to ask you whether there is any cross-party gender caucus. So the DPP and KMT are working together regarding gender issues or not, or whether although you are enjoying high percentage of female members in the Legislative Yuan, whether women are divided according to the party line, or whether you really collaborate on gender issues. So 2 questions. Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. I also have a very tiny question on your proposal for the political party support. I'm just curious, are you looking for a statutory provision, or you're looking for voluntary action by political parties? Because just to be clear, in what direction are you proposing political parties to support women? Is it by law or is it voluntary? Because when you have, or do you have quotas? Do you have any mechanism already in place in the proposal that you have on the table? Because often voluntary political party support often does not yield the desired result. So what parameters are you building into this proposal that would ensure that it's actually effective? Thank you. Yes, if you could in a few minutes, so we could, thank you.
Okay, regarding the first question, actually our goal is to have the so-called accessible and flexible parental leave for both parents, I mean the father and the mother or lesbian couples. But now the problem is that each parent is entitled for 6 months parental leave. But in reality, especially for those who work in private industry, it's really hard for them to use that kind of so-called welfare or legal benefit, because they might lose job, after they come back. Still, the discrimination against, this kind of parental leave still widespread in our private industry. So I have to say, so if you look at the data, only those who work for the foreign company and those who work for the government, they are more likely to use that kind of parental leave. So our proposal is to have the, at best, hour by hour parental leave. But actually for the Ministry of Labor Affairs, they are afraid that, we will face lots of pushback from the older private companies. So their proposal is to start with the day-by-day parental leave, and now at the maximum is 60 days. Each parent is entitled for 6 months. So you can take 2 months from the 6 months parental leave, to apply for something like day by day. And actually, because it's paid parental leave, so the way the government complement the company, the way is very complicated. So it took lots of effort for the Ministry of Labor Affairs to achieve that. Okay, now, as I said, that it's under review in the Congress, but the opposition party, want to push for 90 days because they also want to have more benefit for the employees. But now it's still, under negotiation. Okay. The second question, I think, is more a political one. I will say that according to the partisan politics in our Congress right now, I'm quite pessimistic about the prospect of the draft submitted from the Control Yuan. Actually, this is not the only case. As we heard from the National Human Rights Commission, actually the budget for the Control Yuan and also the personnel, the nomination for the Control Yuan members, actually, I guess, will be boycott too, because the opposition party not only boycott the members of the Central Electoral Committee, which is supposed to hold the election at the end of this year, they also boycott the board members for public TV, and they also boycott the nomination from the president for the Grand Justice Committee. So I will say that it's all about partisan consideration. I will even say that some legislators just wanted to paralyze the government. So I have to warn you that my observation is biased based on my position as one of the DPP caucus, but that's what I feel, okay, and I have been feeling this for the past 6 months, okay. So thank you for recommending for the so-called cross-party committee for gender issues. Actually, I'm not sure whether you are aware of that. We have one official official committee within the Congress for gender equality, but I myself face a legal suit for sexual harassment against a KMT legislator, but that committee said that they cannot deal with this kind of issue. So I have to go to the police station and go to the court to pursue the justice for myself. But luckily, after 3 years of struggle, I won every case for that sexual harassment suit. Okay, so it's very hard to do that, but actually it's on my personal list. I want to try that next year to see whether I can have a cross-party committee for gender justice, not the official one, but just, volunteer committee. The last question is about the political party, whether they will voluntarily to, to comply the so-called gender equality. I mean, the promoting women in the political party. I would say definitely it won't work. I know that in Japan, the legal act to promote women in decision-making power is based on the political party's volunteer efforts. But in Taiwan, I don't think it will work. So all our proposals are, by law, they have to at least, for example, nominate half women for the party list, the so-called legislator at large, like me. Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we could go on and on, but I think we're really behind time, and we would like to move on to the next segment of the agenda, which is the joint meeting with the NGOs. And so I think the NGO coordinator is here. We would like to yield the floor now to NGOs to make their own submissions. Thank you.
Next for the meeting with NGOs. 接下来呢，我们是和非政府组织的会议哦，邀请非政府组织的代表，我们到台前来发言哦。那我们要请在发言后3家的这个 NGO 单位的代表，我们也在旁边稍后，这样时间才比较可以掌握。那我们每一位这个 NGO 的代表呢，有1分钟的发言时间，或者是联合发言哦。那我们15秒前，15秒的时候，我们会举牌提醒您时间。那时间到，我们会响铃哦。And each NGO will have 1 minute for the presentation, and with 15 seconds left, you are going to see a sign held up by our colleagues, and the bell will ring When time is up， 首先呢是有请台湾性别人权维护促进协会以及中华儿少艾滋关怀防治协会联合发言2分钟。Firstly, the joint remark from Taiwan Association of Gender, Sexuality, Rights Protection and ROC Association of HIV, AIDS and Childcare。有请。好，那我们后3家的这个准备来发言的 NGO 的代表，我们在旁边稍后一下。
Dear committee, the concluding observations from both the third review of the international covenants and the CEDAW review, the committees expressed concern about Taiwan's inconsistent translation and misuse of key terms, including sex, gender, equality, and gender diversity. They recommended that the government adopt correct and consistent terminology in all legislation and documents. However, the government responded by providing a bilingual glossary that completely omits the term sex. This policy potentially undermines CEDAW's original intent to protect women's sex-based rights. And still, the Chinese term for equality is translated as equality in one law, but as equity in another. Gender diversity is still wrongly translated as 多元性别, and the term is used to refer to LGBT communities. The term actually conflates biological sex, gender, and sexual orientation. Therefore, we again respectfully urge the committee to recommend that government correct translations and adopt CEDAW consistent legal definitions, clearly distinguish sex and gender, and to apply them consistently across all legislation and policies. Thank you very much.
接下来有请台湾彩虹平权大平台协会、台湾同志咨询热线协会、台湾同志家庭权益促进会以及台湾性别平等教育协会联合发言。Next joint remark from the Taiwan Equality Campaign, Taiwan 同志 LGBTQ+ Hotline Association, Taiwan LGBT Family Rights Advocacy, and Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association.
好，以下有台湾。
Joint statement by Taiwan Equality Campaign, Taiwan 同志 Hotline Association, Taiwan LGBT Family Rights Advocacy, and Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association. We are 4 organizations dedicated to advancing the rights and well-being of gender diverse individuals and families in Taiwan. Our work encompasses legal and policy advocacy. And in recent years, transnational anti-gender movements have increasingly influenced public discourse in Taiwan, framed around claims that only bisexual biological sex exists and that there are only 2 genders. So these narratives have targeted transgender people and undermine efforts to advance gender equality and human rights. Such narratives frequently construct a false opposition between cisgender women's concerns regarding safety and privacy and transgender women's rights to dignity and legal gender recognition. This framing has intensified social polarization and fostered conflicts among communities. And this is not really helping an improvement, and it's not really addressing the gender equality issue. And also, the state's responsibility to ensure equal enjoyment of human rights have already been shifted. And evidence from the 2 field studies published in 2025 indicated that although government has expanded the numbers of gender-inclusive restrooms, insufficient attention has been given to the design, accessibility, and usability, which as a result has make the public feeling uncomfortable in the facilities, and then increasing the negative toward these facilities. So these facilities focus on public spaces, diaper changing stations, and other childcare. However, the design actually limits accessibility of male, which also limit the possibility of male participating of parental care, and also that lead to issues when they want to take their children out. And also, the government has committed to promoting comprehensive sexuality education, comprehensive reviews and revisions of national curriculum, teaching materials, and teacher training systems have yet to be undertaken. Consequently, gender education grounded in human rights, equality, and diversity has not yet been consistently implemented in school. Therefore, LGBTQ person status on campus cannot really be improved. And now, married lesbian couples or single women remain unable to access assisted reproductive technologies, including in vitro fertilization within Taiwan. Furthermore, married same-sex couples undergo assisted reproduction abroad. Children born through such procedures are not afforded to have legal presumption of parental available to children born to same-sex parents. And also, in 2014, CEDAW conclusive observation in 2017, both these observations have recommended that gender reassignment procedure is not required for the change of legal gender sex marker. However, there is no improvement in that. And taken together, these issues demonstrate existing gender equality initiatives require further strengthening. While gender awareness training continue to be provided in government, however, the instructors, whether they have a sufficient training, and also the civil servants, whether they receive good training, we still need to have further assessment. And also, we recommend that the government should actually have these plan, and also to set very specific training target, and also take stock of these systematic issues on regular basis and continue to make improvement. We would like to call the government to ensure policy making concerning gender equality and LGBTQ rights is guided by evidence, human rights standards, and meaningful participation by affected communities. Can we also have continuous conversation? Can we also improve both the rights of transgender women and cisgender women?
Next, the joint remark by Communist WAS, Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty, and Taiwan International Medical Alliance.
Dear members of the review committee,
各位审查委员
，Taiwan's human rights institutions. The Constitutional Court should have 15 justices, but currently has only 8, and 3 of the 8 justices are refraining from participating in the adjudication of cases because of their different views on the constitutionality of amendments to the Constitutional Court Procedural Act. Taiwan is heading toward a constitutional crisis if confirmation of justices' nominations continues to be blocked in the Legislative Yuan. The Control Yuan and National Human Rights Commission face a similar problem. The abolition of all retention of the Control Yuan is a constitutional question. Given the extremely high threshold for constitutional amendment in Taiwan, political parties at the Legislative Yuan should not use their power of reviewing of the nominees or passing the budgets to interfere with the operation of another constitutional institution. Even if the Legislative Yuan has concerns about the future of the Control Yuan, it should use this opportunity to examine the legal feasibility of establishing the National Human Rights Commission as a genuinely independent institution to effectively monitor the state's human rights policies and practices. Second, the anti-discrimination law. Although the Executive Yuan announced its intention to introduce such legislation, no formal version has yet been submitted. Taiwan has gender equality laws regarding employment and education, as well as specific legislation on sexual harassment. However, these laws relieve significant gaps and should not adequately address multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. Notably, the Executive Yuan has, in the process of discussing the anti-discrimination law, avoided the issue of hate speech. Whether hate speech is to fall under the jurisdiction of the criminal code, the government's obligation in reducing hatred and animosity between groups of a population should be clearly stipulated in law. Third, women under death sentences, women serving long-term sentences, and LGBT prisoners. Among the 35 persons convicted of death penalties, one of them is women. This year, another woman with young children was sentenced to death at first instance by a citizen judge court. The government has not provided sufficient support or protection for the families and children of women under death sentences or serving long-term imprisonment. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. 接下来有请民间司法改革基金会 Next Judicial Reform Foundation。
大家好，财团法人。
Hello. So we have 2 points to make. So first, the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Act still has no concrete legislative timetable. So in this legal vacuum, discriminatory police enforcement targeting LGBTQ plus communities was again reported in Taichung this year. We urge the government to set a concrete legislative timetable and ensure legislation includes effective provisions for damages and remedies. And second, on post-divorce economic equality, Constitutional Court Judgment 112, number 4, set at legislative deadline that expired in March 2025, yet implementing legislation has still not been passed. Regarding residual property division, the current reciprocity principle excluded labor pension benefits, the primary retirement security of 87% of Taiwan's workforce, and court generally reject such claims based on systematic asymmetry. Regarding spousal support, the Ministry of Justice draft introduces a remarriage extinguishment.
法光中华民国分会 Next A Globe International Taiwan。
大家好，
So first, we would like to say this that NHRC should not only serve specific groups and communities. They should focus and support more women's rights in accordance to CEDAW. So we think that reproduction should not become a monetary exchange, and women's bodies should not become an instrument and tool for reproduction. The government should take action to secure women's health and well-being. We have seen a lot of international cases. We see that the surrogacy market has already deprived a lot of minority women's rights, and then it's the rich exploiting the health of poor women. So this is actually injustice that the system should not only serve the advantage of certain groups. CEDAW want to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. Therefore, we would like to ask our committee members to support us to oppose surrogacy.
接下来我们要有请中华民国生命权平等协会 National Association for Equality of Life Rights。
各位委员好。
So I'm on behalf of the victims of crimes, and our future should all be decided by the citizens. We don't have the obligation to comply with the 2 covenants. I'm not here to a theater show, so we have set aside a lot of budget for women's rights. So I am very angry here. So you are actually gloss over a lot of violence, just toss them under the rug. Many of our sisters live with fear. And then because our stage, they are actually siding with the perpetrators. So I think CEDAW, the 2 covenants are not really protecting the basic women's rights. For example, we have several violence cases against women and also the murder of women. Our country has not been doing anything for them. We are not giving them any support. We are not giving support to the victims' families. We would like to ask you to really listen to your voice.
Taiwan United Religions Organization。
大家好，不可否认。
So undeniably that in the past that Taiwan do not have any international participation. We do have reason to take part in these international covenants. So, for example, that in Taiwan, for this abolition of death penalty, we see changes of time and different attitudes. For example, we have the drunk drive or DUI. So I don't think we should blindly follow CEDAW. However, regardless of the kind of law you want to introduce, you still need to have social consensus. We do have a very advanced society. I think we should set examples for other countries. It's not necessary to follow the CEDAW model. So on behalf of our organization, I would like to enhance that. We should not roll back because we have advanced technology. So we have very strong religious power here in Taiwan promoting world peace. Therefore, we would like to ask you all cherish this very precious environment here in Taiwan. YWCO has been providing support to immigrant women, even though they are very active in labor market. However, they still face challenges in language and qualifications and skill limitations, and they are still facing the structural difficulties. So we have 3 recommendations. We need to have a multilingual integrated AI-assisted navigation platform to support and information they require. And second, we would like to expand the training for their digital literacy. And 3, also we would like to enhance language learning support so we can have these online Mandarin learning courses to be officially certified. And then now the government has emphasized existing multilingual websites and outreach efforts are sufficient enough. However, they are not really responding to the systematic needs. We would like to ask you to put more emphasis on their economic and social participation rights. Distinguished guests, we have 3 points to make. So the first is about the total digital governance strategy of the government and also the multi-department mechanisms. And also penalize illicit actions. Legislation must be enacted to penalize cases involving the possession, purchase, and paid viewing of unlawful adult sexual images, increase venue accountability. And also regarding the amendment to Stalking and Harassment Prevention Act, and the government should evaluate the feasibility of establishing emergency protection order system, allowing judges to issue protection orders without a hearing. And also domestic violence case mediation. When domestic violence cases enter family, civil, and crimination mediation, it is frequently reported that withdrawal of protection orders takes place. The government should also enhance the mediator's profession competency.
Rescue Foundation.
Our reviewers, hello. At our foundation, we have 3 points to make. First of all, in response to the number 4.1 to 4.6, we have the whole of society defense resilience committee at the government, but it lacks a gender perspective. We suggest the government comply with CEDAW general recommendation number 40 and to comprise at least 50% of women, and there should also be guidelines to prevent and respond to gender-based violence during transition from peacetime to wartime. And number 6.8, the government has long neglected the history of the comfort woman as an integral part of Taiwan's history. The government should establish a women's and gender human rights museum to preserve historical records and artifacts and promote public awareness, and also have the curriculum in place. Hello, everyone. Regarding the LGBTI human rights, Taiwan has been in its 7th year for promoting same-sex marriage. There is still a lot of gap, including assisted production. Their children are deemed born out of wedlock. Transnational same-sex families face crisis where stepchild adoptions are rejected and some of their children are unable to acquire Taiwan citizenship. We urge that CEDAW periodic reviews systematically monitor these disparities. For 16 years since 2009, committee members have repeatedly urged the government to confront LBTI intersectional discrimination. However, to date, these are still non-existent. We strongly recommend that the government immediately implement data collection and analysis regarding sexual orientation and gender identity within gender statistics. Thank you. Hello, I am the chair of LGBTI Committee of the Taiwan Bar Association. In Taiwan, we are still highly marginalized. First of all, regarding judicial practice, our court's application of CEDAW is highly superficial and mechanical, and it focuses mostly on gender-based violence, and also proactive court citations in areas such as labor rights and LGBTI protection remains exceedingly rare. Within the administration system, state authorities effectively become an institutional accomplice in reinforcing gender stereotypes and workplace segregation. We think that it violates the principle of data minimization. Also, it amounts to state-level force coming out of transgender lawyers and professionals who have not yet been able to change their legal gender markers, severely violating their personal dignity and privacy rights. 尊敬的审查委员，我们有3点要特别的回应。首先是过去30年来，我们透过法治与建立与服务发展，在性别暴力防治上面取得重要进展。我们应该要建议台湾从跨机关开始迈向真正的制度整合，包含跨专业的模式，使司法、儿少保护、医疗、教育及社会服务能在同一协作体系下运作。另外，第二，我们认为创伤知情不应该停留在服务理念，应该要发展为创伤知情制度。谢谢。Hello, everyone. Taiwan has made commendable progress in human rights and victim protection, including recent amendment to Article 80 of the Criminal Code, delaying the statute of limitation for minor sexual assault cases until the victim reaches adulthood. However, despite the prolonged statute of limitation, they still are facing judicial barrier, accessibility concerns, and incomplete support. So we still have lower than 40% of indictment. So we need the balance of strengthening all of these managements, and we need them to be more capable in terms of their professional capability, and also to induce the network cooperation so that the victims or the perpetrators can be reevaluated. Hello, everyone. The current sexual work in Taiwan is still, we still have no local government established a sex work zone, and it's not neutral, concentrating legally risks on most visible and least resourced sex service providers, which makes it harder for women and gender diverse sex workers to report and seek help, file complaints about violence and exploitation, and access for labor protection, and so on. We recommend the committee to request the government to provide a concrete timetable to review and stop governing adult sex work through penalties, implement the policy direction proposed to the National Police Agency's 2030 commissioned research report, and so that this is confirmed by all of our members. Reviewers, thank you for coming so far to Taiwan for review our national report. I hope that you can consider the social context in Taiwan from an impartial and third person. 4 years ago, I spoke at the CEDAW review. 4 years later, I am further disappointed. In 2014, in our review, reviewers recommended that school sexual education should see a resolution between different sexual education groups. We, as the Taiwan Association for Sexuality Education, we are professional. The sexual education that we promote is more comprehensive. No one is more expert or comprehensive and capable as we are.
I want to emphasize that spousal consent requirement for abortion restricts women's reproductive autonomy, especially women facing domestic violence or situations in which their spouses are incarcerated or working abroad may be unable to obtain the required consent and therefore face barriers to accessing medical care. Moreover, the criminalization of abortion prevents us from providing support. Some women are forced to seek illegal alternatives, exposing themselves to greater risk. The second is that over the past year, the government has twice significantly expanded eligibility for households to hire migrant care workers, and most of them are women. But at the same time, migrant care workers still lack legal protection for their basic rights, such as working hours, rest day, privacy, and personal safety. So we think that the government should promptly amend relevant laws, incorporate migrant care workers into the public care system and ensure that they have the basic protections. Thank you.
接下来有请国际儿少人权促进会 International Association for Advancement of Children Rights。
委员好，我们
Hello, everyone. We are from the International Association for Advancement of Child Rights. We are talking about children's rights because we want to eliminate all the inequalities of women in family and at work. And we want to fill the school-aged care vacuum. Current child care policies neglect that 7 to 15 age group, and we want mothers to be able to go to work, so community after-school care must be formally subsidized. Second, we would like to ensure substantial informed consent care and to really see the value of unpaid care, because sending children out will be more costly, so that we want mothers to be supported when they are being taken care of at home.
Taiwan often highlights its low maternal mortality rate. However, surviving childbirth doesn't mean women receive respectful maternity care. Taiwan has failed to monitor obstetric violence. The government does not collect data on non-medically indicated C-section, episiotomies, and the restrictions on women's autonomy during labor, or whether free and informed consent is obtained. Without data, there is no monitoring. Without monitoring, there is no prevention. Obstetric violence remains invisible and normalized. We respectfully ask the committee to ask the Taiwanese government why it has failed to collect the data necessary to identify and monitor obstetric violence, why it has not established a national monitoring system for respectful maternity care, and how it will ensure the meaningful participation of women's organization in maternity care
谢谢，
policy
请停
making.
止发
Thank
言。
you.
Thank you。接下来有请台北市任兆章修女李美芝老师教育基金会与台北市双胞胎协会联合发言。Next, the joint remark by Jen and Lin Education Foundation and Taipei Twins Association.
大家好。
Hello, everyone. I am speaking on behalf of the Jen Ling Education Foundation and Taipei Twin Association. We have long worked in the family education and mental support work, and we work with multi-children or twin families. We see women who are not getting a break. They have a lot of women who remain difficult to identify be identified within the current system. They are not unwilling to make an effort or seek help, but they face dense, prolonged, and almost uninterrupted caregiving responsibilities every day. And so far, our child protection reporting systems, domestic violence reporting systems, vulnerable family assessments, and related gender statistics do not systematically include fields identifying families or twins or multiple births. If we don't have the database, we are unable to provide them budget and service. Therefore, we recommend the government first pilot the addition of multiple or twin births and high caregiving burden fields in vulnerable family assessment, child protection systems, maternal support services, and family education services. De-identified cross-analysis should then be conducted to gradually build gender statistics with stronger intersectional sensitivity. Also recommend that the government fund experienced CSOs to develop community-based family resilient programs, spouse inclusion mechanisms, and peer support networks formed by experienced parents. I believe that we should support them while they are still there. And Jen Lin Education Foundation and Taiwan Twin Association are willing to work with the government. Do we? All of our reviewers, on behalf of the Taipei Bar Association, would like to raise two concerns. First of all is on spousal consent requirement for abortion, which was repeatedly earlier on. We would like to ask the reviewer to request the government to come up with a more specific timeline, because the Ministry of Health and Welfare also responded positively, and we believe that this protection should be awarded. Secondly, financial protection upon divorce. In 2025 March, the Constitutional Court judgment number 4 was set a deadline, yet the required implementing legislation has not been acted. There are two critical gaps remaining unsolved. First of all, whether labor pension entitlement should be included and in the residual marital property, and also the Ministry of Justice just draft amendment to spousal maintenance including a provision of extinguishing
equal rights.
I think the government is still lacking the statistics and analysis of the intersectionality between disability and women, and we don't know what the disparity there is. So that when we are coming up with policies regarding employment, health, and care policies, women with disabilities remain invisible. We continue to have a lower labor force participation rate, and their wages, employment stability, and promotion opportunities have not been adequately examined. And also, regarding health, we can see that mothers or women with disabilities, they don't have enough health, for example, healthcare. For example, cervical cancer screening rate among women with disabilities is significantly low. This reflect the lack of accessibility and lack of training.
发言，接下来有请台湾全国妈妈互家互儿联盟 Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance。
当我们谈到
When we talk about the actual autonomy of a woman, the government are actually promoting egg freezing and assisted reproductive technologies. However, information is not provided to these women about the medical risks, for example, like hemorrhage, and also the stillbirth rate is really high. So no medical risks are fully disclosed. So they only treat women as a tool for reproduction. CEDAW actually protect women's rights to informed decisions. Therefore, we would like to urge the government to actually return to the reproductive autonomy stance that surrogacy is not a human rights. So we actually had the latest news coming in. Many governments, including Italy government, this year in June at the United Nations, they made official government a statement that the governments around the world should suspend surrogacy.
谢谢。接下来有请台湾家长守。
This is Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. We would like to talk about the definition of women, and the confusion of that has already directly impacting our public policies, while we are blindly follow and without any conditions of these autonomy of self identified gender identity. The result is that it's actually infringing the actual rights of cisgender women, and it's actually taking away the safety and security of cisgender women, from the shelter privacy for women to the sports competition fairness. These disputes are actually asking the cisgender women to actually render their own security and space to another group of people. If we are not doing anything, then why are we here to have this CEDAW meeting? Because these are just empty words. The government are not dealing with the current gender and sex difficulties. It's actually from the root collapsing and undermining our efforts.
联盟 the League for Persons with Disabilities ROC。
大家好。
Good morning, everyone. When we talk about women's rights, we should not overlook the intersectionality of the advantages of disabled women. We should actually incorporate more of the disability perspectives. For example, when it comes to women with a disability, the policy still focus on the infertility focus, and also the government is not investing enough to develop accessibility technologies. We hope the government should have concrete policies to also incorporate intersectionality to complete the data, so the women with disability should not be overlooked.
国联盟联合发言 Next joint remark by New Vitality Independent Living Association Taipei and Independent Living Taiwan.
Good morning, everyone. I am a woman with disability. I would like to talk about the needs of people with disabilities. Women with disabilities also need support, and many of our social programs see these women as subject receiving care. However, their reproductive health and safety and economic security has been overlooked. In terms of reproductive health care, medical environment do not have reasonable support and communication support. Therefore, women with disability cannot have very equal access to gynecology examination, prenatal care, and reproductive health care services, and also their sex autonomy and reproductive autonomy and the right to consent to make informed decisions have often been neglected. And in terms of the security and also protection, the protection system and support services do not have enough accessibility. Our victims with disabilities still face procedural obstacles, and also the institutions and also in care relations. These harassment and stalking issues faced by women with disabilities do not receive appropriate attention. And in terms of economic protection, the care responsibilities, and also we do not have enough of employment support. Many of the women with disabilities find it very difficult to accumulate their wealth and also to have retirement protection. So they face the risks that come from aging, come from disabilities, and also come from poverty. Therefore, our policies should also incorporate the perspectives of women with disability to comprehensively build medical protection, employment, and social support to really implement equal accessibility and participation to allow us free options and also dignified living. So I would like to repeat this again. So many social welfare and also disability services do not consider the needs of women living with disability. They often consider as the recipient of care. However, their reproductive health, social, and economic support rights are often overlooked. And also, in terms of reproductive health care, women with disability often don't have access to gynecology examination and prenatal care and reproductive health service, and their own sex autonomy and reproductive autonomy and right to consent are often overlooked. In terms of safety and security, we don't have enough of protective support for them, and also the victims with disability often face procedural obstacles. The institution and care stalking and harassment issues are also overlooked. Economic protection. We attach great importance to these implementation of CEDAW at the central government level and local level. If the CEDAW implementation cannot really go to the local level, then we are very concerned. For example, for single parent families and indigenous women and women living in a rural area and migrant worker women and immigrant women, if they cannot really enjoy the power of impact of CEDAW, then these are just empty words. Therefore, we would like to urge our International Review Committee members to help our government to really fully implement CEDAW. So each cities at different government levels, they can implement CEDAW so the women can really feel and have the support from CEDAW. And also, we would like to urge our committee members to make this recommendation. First, to establish a regular examination mechanism at the local level of CEDAW implementation, also set measurements, and also to support a CEDAW mechanism, and also to establish.
请台湾非二元酷儿浪子 Lastly, Taiwan non-binary queer sluts.
大家好，我是台湾非二元酷儿浪。
I'm Chen Shangyang. So this is the very first time that we actually talk about non-binary genders. So this inclusion is not undermining women's rights. Now in Taiwan, we are actually constructing these very frigid binary sexes, which actually created dual difficulties. For example, there is no legal registration for non-binary people, and also limited their access to education, to employment, and political participation. They also face the risks of being forced out of the closet. Therefore, we urge the government to review the current policies to implement the following reformation. To actually establish a gender recognition act, so we can actually cancel the requirement of gender reassignment surgery as the precursor and prerequisite for gender marker change, and also to add the non-binary option in our registration household systems.
Thank you very much. I think we are way behind schedule, and I'm not sure that there are any questions. We have noted all of the requests and the inputs from the civil society. They're very well noted, registered, and I think we will adjourn at this time so that we can have an informal conversation over lunch with civil society. Thank you.
好的，那我们上午场次就到这边告一段落。我们先给国际审查委员们一个掌声。That's it for the morning session, and thank you to our International Review Committee members. And next, we are going to take a lunch break. We have lunch boxes ready outside, and we'll be back by 2 p.m. for the next session. 那各位贵宾，接下来呢是中午休息的时间，我们场外准备好午餐的餐盒，请您出示识别证，可以领取餐盒，回到我们原场地来用餐哦。那等一下呢，中午休息时间也是和这个委员会的 NGO 闭门会议的时间哦。那我们下午场次呢是2点，下午场次是2点会正式开始哦。那我们稍微休息一下，下午场次再见。Okay, let's have a break, and we'll be back by 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
我换好。
好，接下来即将进行的是国家报告审查场次1，我们有请各位政府机关的代表准备就座，谢谢。We're going to move on to Cluster 1. Please take your seats. Thank you.好，各位贵宾，请您准备就座。我们下个场次呢，马上要正式开始了。Please take your seats for Cluster 1. Thank you. 各位贵宾午安。那接下来呢，我们进行的是国家报告审查场次1，共同核心文件第1到5条。We're now in Cluster 1 for the review of core document articles 1 to 5。那我们请等一下呢要发言的这个组织代表哦，每一位有3分钟的时间，我们在剩余30秒以及时间到的时候呢，各会响铃一声提醒您。那请您呢在发言之前记得说明您的机关名称以及您的职称和姓名哦，谢谢您的配合。And for each and every speaker, you are going to have 3 minutes each, and we're going to let you know about the time when there are 30 seconds left and time is up. You're going to hear the bell ring. All right, now for the Madam Chair once again to open this session for us.
Thank you very much and welcome back to the officials and all other members of the delegation. We will proceed with consideration for Articles 1 to 5, this segment. And so I would like to start by yielding the floor to committee members or to the government. I think the government has 3 minutes to speak, and then we ask questions. Additional inputs, comments arising from the opening session and from conversations and the dialogue so far. If there are any comments, presentation from government on any of the articles, particularly the articles under focus now, we would yield the floor to the leader of the delegation, and if there's none, then we come back to the committee. Thank you. Okay, so now Articles 1 and 2. Marion, we would give you the floor. Thank you.
Madam Chair, distinguished members of the delegation of Taiwan, I warmly welcome all of us here today to this 5th independent review under the UN CEDAW Convention. And I thank the State Party for its comprehensive report, its replies, and for the constructive engagement that has characterized this review process. I also wish to acknowledge the valuable contributions made by civil society organizations, the National Human Rights Commission, and other stakeholders whose submissions have enriched the committee's understanding of the progress achieved and the challenges that remain. Taiwan has continued to demonstrate a strong commitment to advancing gender equality. Since the previous review, the committee notes a number of important developments, including the continued implementation of the CEDAW Enforcement Act, the systematic review of legislation for compliance with the convention, the ongoing preparation of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, and efforts to strengthen the application of the convention by judges, prosecutors, and legal professionals. These developments provide an important foundation for the realization of substantive equality for all women. At the same time, the committee considers that several structural issues identified during previous reviews remain unresolved. I will focus my intervention on Articles 1 and 2 of the Convention. The committee welcomes the incorporation of the Convention into domestic law through the CEDAW Enforcement Act, which represents an important milestone in strengthening the domestic legal status of women's rights. We also welcome the government's efforts to review legal legislation for consistency with the Convention. Nevertheless, the committee notes that concerns raised during previous reviews remain only partially addressed. While the convention has domestic legal effect, it remains unclear whether institutional mechanisms have been fully established to ensure its consistent implementation across all branches of government. In particular, the committee notes the recommendation made in 2022 to establish a permanent parliamentary mechanism to review legislation for compliance with the CEDAW, as well as an appropriate complaints procedure for violation of women's human rights under the convention, have not materialized. Please update the committee on the implementation of these recommendations. What measures have been taken to establish a permanent mechanism to review legislation and receive complaints concerning violations of rights protected under the Convention? The committee also welcomes the ongoing development of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. We appreciate that consultations are currently taking place with a wide range of stakeholders. However, we note that this process is now being under discussion for several years. Can the delegation indicate the current status of the drafting process, the expected timeline for adoption, and how it intends to ensure that the anti-discrimination legislation fully reflects Article 1 of the Convention, including a definition of discrimination encompassing direct and indirect discrimination, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, and discrimination by both public and private actors? Finally, under Article 1, the committee recalls that constitutional guarantees constitute the cornerstone of substantive equality. Please explain whether consideration is being given to strengthening the constitutional framework to include an explicit prohibition of discrimination against women and a constitutional guarantee of substantive equality fully consistent with Articles 1 and 2 of the Convention. I now turn to the National Human Rights Institution. The committee welcomes the establishment of the National Human Rights Commission and notes the measures reportedly undertaken to strengthen its role in the protection of human rights. However, during the previous review, the committee expressed concern regarding its operational independence, particularly given its institutional placement within the control yuan, and recommended that the Commission strengthen its independent complaints procedure and seek accreditation under the Paris Principles. And so my questions are the following. Can you please update the committee on progress made in implementing these recommendations? In particular, how is the independence of the National Human Rights Commission guaranteed in law and in practice? I note that the NHRC does not possess the power to compel public or private sectors to cooperate with investigations, cease discriminatory conduct, or directly provide remedies. How do you propose addressing this lack of competency in regard to the NHRC? What progress has been made towards accreditation under the Paris Principles? And how does the Commission's mandate differ from that of the control yuan with regard to the protection of women's human rights and the handling of individual complaints? In regard to access to justice and the remedies, the committee welcomes the recent efforts to strengthen complaint procedures under the Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, the Gender Equality in Employment Act, and the Gender Equity Education Act. These reforms represent important progress in specific sectors. Nevertheless, it remains unclear whether women whose rights are violated outside these legislative frameworks have access to a comprehensive and coordinated system of remedies under the Convention. Can the delegation update the committee on what mechanisms currently exist for women seeking redress for violations of their rights beyond these sector-specific laws? In particular, how do mechanisms such as the Executive Yuan Gender Equality Complaint Mailbox operate in practice? What remedies can they provide? And is the government considering the establishment of a comprehensive cross-sector complaints mechanism capable of addressing violations of women's rights under the Convention, including intersecting forms of discrimination? I now look at the LGBTI women. The committee welcomes Taiwan's significant advances in promoting equality, including marriage equality, and the ongoing development of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. These achievements have been recognized internationally. At the same time, important protection gaps remain, particularly for transgender, intersex, and other gender diverse persons. Can the delegation clarify whether the proposed comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation will explicitly prohibit discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics? Furthermore, what steps are being taken to establish a comprehensive legal framework for legal gender recognition based on human rights principles, including the elimination of disproportionate medical or psychiatric requirements, and to review the binary household registration system so that it reflects the diversity of gender identities. In regard to the application of the Convention by domestic courts, the committee welcomes the considerable efforts taken by the Judicial Yuan, the Ministry of Justice, and other institutions to strengthen the application of the Convention within the judiciary. The inclusion of CEDAW in mandatory judicial training, the development of a reference manual for judges, specialized training programs, and the incorporation of the Convention into legal education all represent significant progress. However, it remains uncertain whether these initiatives have resulted in the systematic application of the Convention by domestic courts or whether they have become fully institutionalized. And so in conclusion, I ask, can you please indicate what mechanisms are in place to monitor the practical impact of these initiatives? Can you provide data on judicial decisions invoking the Convention and explain whether consideration is being given to embedding these measures within binding legal or regulatory frameworks? The committee would also welcome information on measures being taken to establish a transparent and effective internal grievance mechanism within the judiciary to address allegations of gender discrimination. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now yield to the delegation for your responses to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. So there are so many questions to address right now. So I would like to ask our corresponding colleagues to answer these questions. Briefly, so the enforcement law of CEDAW, about that, I would like to ask the Gender Equality Department to answer that. With the legislative yuan issue, reviewing whether they're implementing, applying CEDAW for their legislation progress, we can ask a LY colleague to explain that. About the substantial enforcement of constitutional equality, I think I would like to ask the Ministry of Justice to explain that. About the comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, we would like to ask the NHRC to talk about that. And for the control yuan NHRC issues, we would like to ask NHRC to answer those questions. And with regard to the women's rights and then also the violation of that, we would like to ask the Ministry of Justice to explain that. And then about interdepartmental these gender equality issue allegation and complaint, we can ask Department of Gender Equality to answer. And also, we would like to ask the Ministry of Justice to talk about the citation of CEDAWs. So these are the points we would like to ask colleagues in respective departments to answer. Thank you. So Department of Gender Equality representative. So about this question, I'm Section Chief Wang. So about the enforcement, domestically, about the CEDAW enforcement, Article 8, we asked all the government agencies to review all the existing regulations, whether they are in compliance with CEDAW. So for those that do not, then there are limited time frame for correction or abolition. And for the enforcement of CEDAW law, that we also have a review mechanism for CEDAW enforcement. So in practice, and then also for the new regulations in the making, that I think the new regulations are not in conflict with CEDAW, but for the past regulations, we did identify some of the regulations that do not comply with CEDAW. So on regular basis, we will review them. So that is included in our action plan. We ask the corresponding government agencies to complete that correction within certain time frame. As for the legal status of CEDAW, since it's already internalized as a enforced law, then it's a domestic law right now. And according to international human rights conventions, because it's a universal human rights norm, therefore in practice, that in terms of constitution, that can be applied to the substance of our constitutional human rights protection. Our grand justices and also the Ministry of Justice can apply CEDAW and cite CEDAW for their work. That concludes my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And we talked about the Legislative Yuan. We're going to pass the floor to Legislative Yuan. I would like to add, basically, when the bills from EY comes to LY, because the times are all very rushed. When we are evaluating in all of this, it's very difficult for us to do the gender impact evaluation for each bill. When all of these administrations, they submit all the bills to the EY for review, gender impact evaluation should already be done, and the EY should also verify all of the gender impact evaluation that's sent to the LY. So the EY and competent authorities should be in charge of the substantial impact evaluation, and LY is only checking if all of the documents are submitted, and to see if there are any missing significant gender impact evaluations. We also provide things, for example, the surrogate assisted reproduction bills. These are all cases that we take on to ask consult individuals, but that's a supplementary work that we do. We're not following up for the EY. We're just repeating the things that we should do. Is Judicial Yuan ready? Okay. This is the Judicial Yuan. I am Judge Guo Yaoming. Thank you very much for your questions. For the substantial equality guarantee and protection, it's applied for in our Constitution, and we use Constitution to make rulings that are not against substantial equality. And for following that, in the protection of female victims that are under GBV, according to our response list, item 74 under page 74, you are going to see that we've already explained it. We provide quarantine or protective measures, including remote consultation and recovery measures. We also make sure that we provide protective measures to victims of domestic violence, and we ask about their safety requirements. Before the hearing, we make sure that we take care of the victims' safety requirements. For example, they use a discrete channel, and they're accompanied by the social workers. And these cases cannot be mediated. For other cases that do implicate domestic violence, we have mediators and commissioners that have a expertise in domestic violence. For the administrative part, we conduct training for CEDAW every year for new judges and all the on-the-job judges and all of the staff. And whether or not the judges and the courts cite CEDAW according to the convention, it depends on the courts and their individual judges. It's not us from the Judicial Yuan that can decide whether or not we intervene. And now we give the floor to Human Rights Department. I am Director of the Department of Human Rights and Transitional Justice. Regarding the Anti-Discrimination Act progress in 2024, the EY published the draft on Anti-Discrimination Law Act, and over the 2 years, we've continued inviting the NHRC, EY, and relevant authorities, metropolitan governments, and Department of Gender Equality to consult various stakeholders and to clarify all of the conflicts in the draft. We have recently held 2 review meetings, especially when it involves the public and the transactions, and it could implicate the general life. So we need to strike a balance between protecting the people and also protecting the freedom of religion. So this is something we need to further discuss and to discuss with the stakeholders. And secondly, regarding the definition and scope of discrimination, in Anti-Discrimination Act, we refer to CRPD number 6, General Opinion, and it is specified that this definition of discrimination is discriminatory treatment or different treatment, direct discrimination, indirect discrimination, and refuse to adjust, and so on, as definitions for discrimination. And the scope covers all of the race, skin color, the sources, or the mother country, indigenous peoples, gender orientation, sexual orientation, disability, age, religion, and so on. In referring to the international conventions, we also look at the domains that fit the public need in Taiwan. We focus on employment and education, where discrimination and differential treatment may happen, and this is follow-up to the question that was proposed. Thank you very much. Now we further ask from Control Yuan, the NHRC, to talk about the operations of NHRC. Hello, I am the Vice Chairperson of Ji Huirong of NHRC. Here, I would like to share that the international reviewers have pointed out there is a limit to our independence operating as the NHRC, because we were established as a dual hat for the Control Yuan commissioners. So we have 7 Control Yuan commissioners who are also working as NHRC commissioners. Over this past 6 years, we've noticed that there is a limit and we need to break through this. We will be relieved from office this July, and we've also suggested that amendments must be made, but it's very difficult at LY because the LY has already been calling out for the abolishment of Control Yuan. If that happens, the NHRC will be demolished altogether, and there will be no commissioners for review. That's what we're worried about. So we need to amend the Organization Act for NHRC. Of course, we don't even have the enactment code for NHRC staff. These are all limitations that we're facing. So we hope that all political parties, when they're discussing about the abolishment of Control Yuan, they should treat NHRC individually and establish one individually. That's a very important recommendation from us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is the Department of Gender Equality going to answer about complaints? Regarding the cross-department complaints filing, we have also responded in our list. We have a gender equality for public system for a mailbox for the general public, and if there are any issues regarding this, they can write to this mailbox, and it's a cross-department mechanism. Once the public file a complaint to this mailbox, the Department of Gender Equality will review it. If it involves certain regulations or administrative measures, or if it's an individual item, we will ask the competent authority to clarify this and provide substantial administrative guidance. And if, when appropriate, if the review confirms a violation of CEDAW, the competent ministry or agency is required to amend or repeal the relevant provisions. Such cases are subsequently incorporated into CEDAW follow-up monitoring and control mechanisms. And in the future, we will continue to reinforce the negotiation across departments and to follow up and to regularly review the complaints from the public and all the complaints that are made for CEDAW. We will further control this and also further implement CEDAW. Thank you very much. Now, we've heard from various agencies. We would like to know if anyone would like to follow up on your answers, or if any other agencies or departments that I haven't called up on would like to follow up. Feel free to take the floor now. For example, Judicial Yuan, you have spoken. Department of Human Rights, you did not talk about diversification of genders. Yes, we talked about discrimination includes gender and gender orientation, so I think, and gender traits, so I think that covers the diversification. What about NHRC? Did you talk about individual complaints? Do you have anything to follow up on? I don't think so. If no other follow-ups, we would like to give the floor back to our reviewers for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive responses from the different arms, but I think we still have, we need clarity on some areas, and I'll turn the floor to Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers provided. I still want to come back to the draft Anti-Discrimination Act, because this has been now on the agenda for a long time, and I didn't understand, is there any clear timetable for the adoption and presentation of this act for the legislative yuan? The two review meetings are, of course, important, but how is this now going forward? Is there a clear commitment from the side of the government to actually go forward with this project? Thank you.
Marion?
Thank you very much. And I too thank the delegation for its responses to some of my questions. There are two areas that I really want to look at and express my concern about the National Human Rights Commission and the possible challenges to its very life and existence, as you have put forward, and trust that Taiwan will move to the place where the NHRC is an independent, autonomous institution based on the Paris principles and moving forward. I appreciate the challenges that you have put forward there. The other issue is the really Article 1 of the CEDAW Convention and the definition of discrimination that is really vital and a pillar of the work that we're doing. And I'm not hearing clearly, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the definition as provided by CEDAW is there movement to incorporate that into the anti-discrimination legislation? I heard one member of the delegation speak of the discrimination definition of the persons with disabilities. That is well and good. CEDAW also has a very comprehensive definition that is really important for gender substantive equality to take place, for it to be incorporated into the anti-discrimination legislation. So I'd like to hear a response to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So from our two IRC members' questions, we can actually see that they are very concerned about Anti-Discrimination Act. So the first member mentioned that a very concrete timetable for the entire progress of adoption of Anti-Discrimination Act. And also the second member talk about the actual definition of discrimination. So whether that is very specific reflected in the Anti-Discrimination Act. So maybe we can ask the Department of Human Rights to add information. And if the Department of Gender Equality would like to add on, please chip in later. Thank you. So this is the Executive Yuan, Department of Human Rights and Transitional Justice. This is my second time giving answers. So about the definition of discrimination, in our first answer that we focus on the discriminatory treatment according to CRPD and other international covenants, international indirect definition of discrimination. So for the first version and second version, we are going to focus on the definition of direct indirect discrimination and also harassment and also the rejection to providing reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities. So these are the types highlighted by the definition. And in terms of the traits, including race and also ethnicity, for example, ethnicity and skin color, and also gender expression, gender or sexual orientation, age and religion. We have the 5 categories. So these 5 traits will be covered by our draft to address this Anti-Discrimination Act. So these are the basis, and then also the traits that we have identified. Why the 5 ones? And then when it comes to the direction of Anti-Discrimination Act, we would like to see specific effectiveness for this discriminatory treatment and rejection of reasonable accommodation. These takes place in the daily life of our general public. These people, they need to have face this civil code liability, so it's legally binding. That is why that the entire act apply, scope and definition are quite specific, because this act is a supplement to the anti-discrimination legal remediation framework. So we would like to enhance that remediation. And also in the legislative statement, we actually highlighted multiple discrimination and intersectional discrimination. Those are highlighted. And then all the provisions, even though do not provide the definition of multi-layer discrimination and intersectional discrimination, however, if there are actually several traits indicating discriminatory treatment, that also constitutes the discrimination that is defined by this act. So that is my answer to the first article of CEDAW, whether the CEDAW's definition of discrimination is incorporated into the Anti-Discrimination Act. And then also in May, we have the 2 covenants review, and also our civil society groups are very concerned about the timetable of these Anti-Discrimination Act. Indeed, we started in 2024 that under the first national action plan of national human rights. So we had 2 versions developed, and then during that 2-year time frame, that Executive Yuan, we are still on track. We are still working on putting together and of these disputes and bringing up focuses, and also this involves the public life. So we work with government agencies to consult different industries. And then also in the past issues, for example, the accessibility, indigenous issues, gender and religion issues, we did have specific consultation hearings to take different opinions from scholars, academia, and industry players. In addition to this general like commercial transactions, there are still disputes. This morning, I think that when it comes to hate speech, we had a discussion. So I think both Department of Human Rights and also civil society group, we have different opinions on that. So I think we should be very cautious in treating that dispute. And in terms of timetable, we will work hard with the covenant reviews of 2 covenants and CEDAW. We will still try to accelerate the adoption of this Anti-Discrimination Act. We don't have specific timetable, but we still need to take a comprehensive inventory of all the disputes. That will be our focus for the time being. So the Department of Gender Equality just told me that they don't have anything to add so far. Do we have any other colleagues who would like to answer Anti-Discrimination Act questions? Any additional information you would like to provide? If it seems none, so I'm going to give the floor back to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you have really elaborated, giving us insights on the timeline, on certain parameters and work arrangements that are ongoing with the different arms of government, both with the Legislative Yuan, the Human Rights Commission, and the Ministry of Justice, and we appreciate that. I think we will now move on to Articles 3 and 4, and for this, I would like to pose some questions. I really commend all of the efforts that have been outlined by the delegation in terms of implementation of a system-wide process for delivering on gender equality. A number of measures were identified in the response. However, there are still areas that some additional clarification would be most appreciated. And I will proceed to highlight some of these now. In terms of data, give me just 1 minute. Yes. I would like to start with the standardization of the coordination mechanisms. I know that a lot has been put in place. You have performance indicators, and you've been able to work out how to relate to other with other departments. However, most of the responses that we have about lateral and vertical oversight across the 5 branches of the government in terms of dealing with accountability measures seem to speak to normative frameworks. You're talking about the policies that you have, you're talking about legislation that you have, and I just wonder what kind of benchmarks for accountability and effectiveness have been put in place. Are there any quality assurance measures, any compliance indicators that you have been able to put in place? Because the department, already you have the Enforcement Act, you have policies across all of the sectors, but how do you ensure that these policies move from just policy to practice? Do you have any clear mechanisms that you have put in place? That's the first question. The second is, the report and your response says that you play a central role in integrating, supervising, and coordinating. My question is, how How is this done? Do you produce gap analysis reports? Do you have a surveillance system that generates information on gaps? Is there a periodic monitoring and assessment schedule or regimen in place? Is this done quarterly, biannually, or biennially? And I really would like to add to the question on follow-up that was asked earlier on. As a coordinating entity, is there a systematized follow-up and appraisal mechanism? And how does this operate in practice? The third area I would like to focus on is on your guidance and incentive program, which I think is very commendable for municipalities, counties, and city governments. I know that that was enacted, but the question is, how do you ensure that these incentive programs that are ongoing respond to specific local needs and priorities? For instance, is there room for different localities to focus on different priorities, or is there a standard across-the-board priority that is preset for different localities to respond to? And if that is the case, and for whatever mechanism that has been in place, what has been the concrete outcome? Has there been any policy reset? Was there an area where the policy or the benchmark didn't work and you have had to redefine the policy? Has there been any service reforms in any particular sector? Because that would be an indication of how that your coordination mechanism is working in practice. Then there is the issue of the follow-up. I think a process was reportedly started. I've asked the frequency of it. I would like to know how often you engage with civil society, the private sector, and other arms of government to ascertain progress towards the agreed targets and milestones. And concerning the excellence performance, I know that a guidance mechanism was reportedly provided for underperformers, while those with excellent performance were rewarded. Can you provide information on and data on beneficiaries of this Excellence Award since it was instituted in 2022? On encouraging and guiding line ministries, departments, and agencies, and the other arms of government with respect to your gender-responsive budgeting, could you indicate or provide information on any mandatory requirements or budget preconditions or parameters that are used to assess the budget performance, either prior to submitting to the legislative yuan for appropriation or during the appropriation process? And in the same vein, can you indicate how how gender enforcement system, how is the default mechanism working? Those who do not meet the threshold that you have set as performance, because you talk about excellence and underperformance, how is that dealt with? How many do you have data on the number of defaulting MDAs, the penalties imposed, if any, or if there are any deterrent measures that would encourage ministries, departments, or other arms of government to take the gender-responsive budgeting more seriously in future budgets? You also provided information on increased gender budgeting over the period, moving from 134.6 billion in 2022 to 155.5 billion in 2023, and an increase in 2024. But it appears that those budgets were mainly due to expansion of policies such as measures for declining birth rates and long-term care services. Are there any compilation of gender budget expenditure across sectors beyond health and long-term care, like in environment, in judiciary, in agriculture, infrastructure, roads, housing? It would be interesting to know if there was a corresponding increase in budget in some of those departments, because what you report seems to be basically on health and long-term care. Also on the guidance, the gender equality guidance policy, I'm curious to know what concrete results have been achieved on the application of this guidance or advisory policy. Has there been significant transformation or substantive equality that you can attribute to the application of those guidance measures in particular sectors? And on the sectoral service delivery, how has the guidance measure, the policy guidance measure, how has it impacted on core economic sectors, the financial sector, agriculture, environment, transportation? Do you have any records in that respect? I'm also curious about your local government. I hear about the act that enables MDAs or policies to decentralize and go to the local areas. Could you give concrete examples of which local governments have actually been able to uptake on those laws, stating their location, their priority focus, the reach and the outcomes of the interventions or programs that have been packaged by those local governments? And with regards to the gender equality committees, specialized teams that meet regularly, do you have any details of the tracking, or the reports that were found by those gender equality committees? What improvement plans, progress and benchmarks have been agreed by those committees? And how would you rate progress? What parameters are you using to rate progress? Is it poor, fair, good, excellent? It would be useful or interesting to know. And I mentioned about the Excellence Award, and in particular the Golden Carnation Awards and Spotlight, which has been spotlighted as models for other agencies. Please indicate the number of excellent gender performers that have been recorded, those that have been awarded the Golden Carnation or Spotlight model since 2022. And for the underperformers, are you able to share the list of underperforming MDAs? I would like to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, whether it's in regarding the horizontal or vertical implementations or any concrete examples for the locals, and also budgeting for the gender equality. These are for the Department of Gender Equality, so I'm going to give the floor to the Department of Gender Equality. This is the Department of Gender Equality, and I'm Section Chief Zhang. Regarding your questions, how do we have a systematic mechanism to know about the gap? Do we have a gap analysis? We have a gender equality guideline policy, and every 4 years we look at the statistics and the gaps and the discrepancies and discuss with all of our committee members and CSO members, private sector members, to discuss certain gender issues that we need to work on and improve. And in these plans, every year, regularly, we have a meeting at the EY gender equality meeting, and we talk about our implementations. Most of the commissioners of our Gender Equality Commission at LY are CSOs and civil society experts, and they provide us with their opinions on how do we promote and improve gender equality. And we also work with the private sectors to talk about how we can further promote, facilitate, and we also accept proposals from the private sectors, and they come in for the meetings with the commissioners. So the meetings are held regularly once a year, and the viewers also asked about our advisory mechanism for how do we incentivize them, reward them if they're performing well, and what do we do for those underperformers. Every 2 years, we have a performance review, and all of these performance reviews are on a rolling management mechanism, which also include opinions from our CSO representatives and experts and scholars, and they provide consultation to local government or central government. And for those that perform well, we provide them a reward, whether it's an award or bonus, and it's awarded by the premier. And for underperformers, we provide further guidance, and following the civil society commissioners' suggestion, we also follow in for improvement. Hello, I'm from the Department of Gender Equality, and for the tool of budgeting, starting from 2020, we started implementing the gender budget, and all of the organizations and agencies are asked to budget for gender issues, which replaces the mid and long-term projects we've had in the future. And we also discuss and follow up and to look at how they execute all of these budgets, and we discuss it with our external experts to make sure that the investment we make is consistent with our gender goals. And in 2022 to 2025, Gender Equality Promotion Program also had a budget that worked with the KPIs so that they align with our budgets and our substantial and concrete policies. At Executive Yuan, we also look at their final result for the use of the gender budgets, and if necessary, we will revise accordingly and revise our principles, and to see if there are any items that are underperforming, we ask for further monitoring. And the viewer also mentioned whether we have a more focus on the low birth rate and long-term care instead of on other issues. We would like to clarify here that because this is a budget allocated by various agencies, so environmental department or agricultural departments, they have their budgets allocated for gender issues. And for infrastructures that are gender friendly or for gender friendly facilities, these are also targets of our budgets in various organizations as well. I would also like to follow up that from the Gender Equality Department, you mentioned how we monitor all of this and supervise. As the dedicated organization for the National Gender Equality Organization, we ask each ministry or agency to come up to form their own task force for gender equality. So it's a comprehensive mechanism, and we have the gender equality policy guideline that work with our main issues. The agencies, ministries, they have their own promotion plans. Local governments have their own programs, and we have a guidance and review mechanism, and we have a complete set of indicators to monitor and supervise how they perform. If they perform under the score of 70, then they become an agency or an organization that requires further guidance, and we bringing external experts to help them improve. This is how we supervise, and this is something we do on once every 2 years, and that performance will be a baseline for our next follow-up to see their improvement. And when we look at their performances, they have all improved over the years. And for counties or cities that require further assistance or counseling, the numbers are very minimal and lessening. We also, every year, we ask them to allocate budget for this year, for the next year, and they allocate a budget for the following 4 years. They set their goals, and the next year we look to see how they have implemented and used the investment. If they fail to reach 80% or achieve 80% of their goals, we will also publish all of this information so that everybody knows how the government is spending the budget. I'm sorry, the microphone is not on, so the interpreter cannot hear. Regarding Article 3, questions for Article 3, anyone would like to follow up? No? If not, we would like to thank the comprehensive answering from the Department of Gender Equality. We now give the floor back to our reviewers.
Honorable Minister, for the comprehensive and detailed responses given. However, there were aspects of the question that I'm not sure that I got a feedback on. I asked about a list and details of those who have received the award, the Crown Award. If you have it here, yes. Otherwise, we would be grateful to receive that, as well as the bonuses that you said that some agencies would be giving bonuses. How many fall within that category, so we can actually have an idea of whether progress is going in the right direction. Also, you talked about sectoral budgets, that it's difficult because the budget that you gave is across sectors. And the question is it possible for you, if not now, in the future, to disaggregate budget allocation by sector so we can actually know in what sector progress towards gender equality is advancing, and that would make it easy for us. You talked about the under 70% score, and that becomes like a benchmark, a baseline for discussing going forward. So I would just want a little clarification. So there's no, you have incentives, but there are no sanctions for underperformance. Just clarity on that, because what I tend to hear is that you just have an encouragement. Is there a sanction? Because practices from other jurisdictions might mean that people get a reduction in budgets in the following year to the degree that they did not implement a gender budget. Is that in place? Or what other kind of sanctions or to deter people from taking the gender responsive budget as just a paper policy without any bite? Thank you. Back to the floor. Back to you.
好，谢谢那个。
Thank you. So I think some of the data we cannot provide right now. Maybe we can come back to you later with information needed, and then also additional information whether there are disciplinary actions or what is the benchmark of 70 score. Maybe we can ask our colleagues to provide oral comments and answers, and we can provide written files. So this is Section Chief Xiao Dingting from Department of Gender Equality. So for example, the list of the awarded agencies, the details of that and how much bonus that is will be provided later in written details. And then for those agencies performing under the benchmark, we would actually disclose their actual final score on the website. And then also at the highest level of Executive Yuan mid-level meeting, that entire score, their performance will be fully disclosed on the meeting. And then also the heads of different departments and are they actually very care about how their performances are reviewed publicly. And then also we also have civil society representatives at these meetings, and then they would also give advices on how to make improvements so everybody can move forward together. Additional information here that when it comes to the actual performance, the score. So last year we had a review meeting. So we have the excellence performance over 90 score, and then the A is between 80 to 90 score. And then also we have 17 of the departments fail to reach 90 score points. And then for the B category, it's between 70 to 80. So there are 10 of them in this B category. And then we have 2 that is under 70 points. So all this performance, the scorecards are disclosed openly. So all the heads of departments are really concerned about their performance going public. Therefore, they work really hard to show good scores, even though it's not linked to our budget. However, we are doing this with administrative incentive programs. And then for the gender budgeting, in our report, we do have a breakdown by different departments, and then there are different amounts. So because if time is limited, we didn't cover that, but actually on the website, each one of the divisions and departments would have their gender budget disclosed openly on the website. Thank you for those questions. Should we have any written documents and more details? We would actually provide them afterward to our IRC members. So I'm going to give the floor back to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Delegation. Now on Article 4, there are a couple of questions. I would like to start by commending the effort that you've made in bringing major gender equality issues to cabinet level and facilitating gender equal participation in decision making, both in the public and in the private sector, including among national social associations, professional associations, farmers, and the TWSC and TPEX listed companies. That's private sector, high-level companies and the trade unions. This is quite encouraging, and I'm sure that progress will be recorded over the years. However, on cabinet level representation, there's only 9 female cabinet members, which is like 21%. Also, managerial level staff who are employed across the country, that's moving close to parity, over 40%, which is highly commendable. But for the cabinet level member, this is below the parity level. And so the question is, what effort are you making to make progress towards parity at the cabinet level? With regards to the judiciary, you said number of judges, female to male, are almost at parity. So there's the current gender distribution does not represent under this representation. However, are there any specialized training? From what we've heard, the judges themselves are not citing CEDAW sufficiently. Application of the Gender Equality Act is not visible in a lot of rulings to the degree that one would expect. And so are there any specialized training, accelerated promotion, or other measures to enable the judiciary to play its part effectively in implementing commitments under CEDAW? With regards to the diplomatic arena, I know that some effort has been made to increase the number of women in the diplomatic mission, but how are you boosting the pipeline? Because the issue you raise is that some of these are based on merit. So is there a modality for you to put in place, either equipped through training, equipping, accelerated promotion, to have women in the pipeline that can step up into the diplomatic posts? You also talk about reforms in terms of appointing people at the executive level using your gender equality policy guidelines. What has been the specific outcome of this reform that you've undertaken? Are there sectors where you have excelled, and would you be willing to share that with us? Before we close this chapter, I would like to really focus on gender and the digital sector, the technology sector. I know that you've talked about some incentives for small and medium enterprises and some training, STEM training. The question is, how is CEDAW aligned inclusion being undertaken and ensured by government? And what accountability is there to ensure that CEDAW throughout the technology value chain? You've talked just about tech-facilitated gender-based violence. You've made progress with that, and your sensual imagery center. But what about the rest of the value chain and the life cycle of technology itself, from ideation to design to deployment and then to application of technology? What mechanisms do you have in place to ensure either regulatory mechanisms that are human rights centered or digitization processes? A lot of businesses are going digital. Are there guidelines, prototypes to help ensure that they are human rights centered and that business models of private sector do not reinvent any form of stereotyping or discrimination? Thank you.
好，感谢。那我们现在关于
Thank you. So for these not very powerful. So the cabinet, well, my colleagues, not issues, the cabinet gender distribution. So I would like to ask our colleague to talk about incentive. I think it's more a political issue. Indeed, it's actually quite challenging. And also, we can ask the judicial yuan. Yes, the judges' gender issues. I think the gender distribution of the judges is not an issue, but when it comes to the ruling, are they really reflecting the spirit of CEDAW? Are there ongoing on-the-job training to enhance their recognition of gender equality and CEDAW spirits? And then also on the diplomatic arena, I would like to ask my colleagues in that domain to answer the question. And then do we have any actual outperforming results? And then also digitalization. I would like to ask Ministry of Digital Affairs colleagues to talk about that. But with regard to STEM, so digital-based, gender-based violence, we can ask maybe Ministry of Health and Welfare to answer that, and maybe the National Science Council can answer the STEM issue, and the SME issue we can ask the Ministry of Economy to answer that part. So maybe we can start with the cabinet part. So this is first time answer the question with regard to cabinet member because they are responsible to the enforcement of policies and strategies. So executive yuan, when it comes to those civil servants promotion, we do not discriminate on the basis of gender, on the ethnicity and races. So we would like to retain these talents as long as they are merit-based, and then also their talents satisfy the needs of the government policy enforcement. The cabinet's gender distribution indeed is also a very important issue in order to enhance women's political participation in the future. When we retain our talents for cabinet, we are going to pay more attention to gender equality distribution. And for judicial yuan, please. Thank you for the question. So this is Zhong Zhongling from Judicial Yuan, and from the teens and domestic courts. And then now for the CEDAW part, regardless it's domestic court or the teens court or criminal code court, and then also the actual administrative staff, regardless of their levels, they also need to adopt the CEDAW training courses. There are basic entry level and advanced training courses and workshops, so they can really reflect on their ruling, the CEDAW spirits, to advance and make sure and safeguard women's rights. And then also in our mediation procedures, our mediators, domestic affairs mediators, business and labor disputes mediators, they all need to take CEDAW training and specialized education training. And then for the actual ruling realization, so on the procedural part, should there be, if one party of the litigation is women, there is actual imbalance of power, or then the judge would use our court resources or to find other resources externally to empower these women, and then they can actually help the appointment of attorney, and then for domestic disputes, and then there are also case handlers to help them. And for women and children, especially for the children who cannot really express themselves, cannot protect themselves, there would be social workers and also domestic affair case investigators and procedural case handlers to make sure that their human rights are protected during the trial process. And then whether the education and training can be fully reflected and realized in their ruling. In Taiwan, many of the laws and regulations are already amended, so it's up to the judge's discretion, especially when it comes to this imbalance of power and the woman is on the vulnerable side. Then the judge have a lot of room for discretion to balance this imbalance of power. For example, for domestic affair, for a vulnerable and a victim of domestic violence, for the woman, then there will be discretion for the judge. So the woman would receive more of the division of alimony or the residual property distribution, and then division. And then also for DV cases, that the vulnerable and the victim who is actually controlled and gaslighted, then the perpetrator will take training. And then for the vulnerable women, they need to be empowered. So there are consultation therapies, counseling services for them, so they can be empowered. So these are the two main approaches we have. But in the ruling that we usually would cite the domestic law without specify CEDAW. However, for domestic court ruling and for the teenage court ruling, we do have part of the ruling citing CEDAW. That is, you can search and see that in our computerized system. Okay, MOFA. So please raise your hand so our cameraman can find where you are. So this is from MOFA, and then this is my first time making comments. And then for the diplomatic female distribution, in order to improve the women's participation in diplomatic arena and improve gender equality, that for the new incoming training orientation, it's on the same ground when we give them training. And also we actually see more and more outstanding diplomats. They're female, they're women. Especially you can see the mid-tier management in MOFA, that they are more than 50% of them are women in recent years.
And we can see that in our 111 embassies, our main ambassadors take up only about 20%. But like I said, mid-tier management and higher management altogether is over 37.8%. I'm sure if we think about the ratio of gender and choosing women as management first, with this trend, we will have more and more of female directors in these embassies overseas. Thank you very much for the answer from MOFA. Our Department of Gender Equality will be sharing more about concrete results and excellent performances. Thank you very much, reviewers, for your questions. You asked about the outstanding performances of, or excellent performances of our guideline. In our policy guideline, we emphasize on narrowing the disparity between decision-making roles. And over the years of our promotion plan, there have been many important issues to promote gender equality work, and we have a mechanism, and we have goals set, and we have KPIs set. We've made tremendous progress in prior to 2019. We mainly look at the, for example, we were under the commission of EY, and starting from 2005, we have about 1/3 of the racial gender ratio, and in 2019 we further expanded this gender ratio, and there were about 1,700 commissions. We gave them 2 years to improve the gender ratio. And in 2022 and 2025, in our action plan, we are striving for a 40% of the seats that there are no less than 40% of seats of the commissions. So of the over 1,700 commissions, there will be a 40% of neither gender should occupy less than 40% of the seats of the committee and missions. And if they reach this, they will we have now 98% that has either gender over 1/3, and 40%, 24% growth in compared to 2020, which is tremendous growth. In 2025, we're going to promote the committees and commissions to have 50% of the genders. And in terms of the donations, of the CSOs that we donate to or we subsidize, we want their directors or supervisors and board of directors to have at least 1/3 of at least women directors and supervisors, and there is now 83% of them. And also compared to 2020, there is a 17.42% of growth. And from 2025 to 2029, we have an action plan that will further promote the gender ratio of 40% in all of these board of directors of the CSOs that we subsidize. Next, we ask the MODA and MOHW, National Science Council, and Ministry of Economic and Council to take the questions. I'm Huang Yaping. I'm from Ministry of Digital Affairs, and in response to women empowerment in the digital era, we can see from 2019 we have conducted a 5-year survey and through these analysis we've now understand about the women disparity. Women over 12 years old, there is a 4.3% gap in their digital capability. But if we factor in disability and ages above 70 years old, and we look at the survey of accessibility, there is a greater ratio, including disability. Women with disabilities, they have less than 11% compared to men, and women ages 70 to 74 is about 15.6% behind the same male ages. And if we look at all of this, we look at these surveys and we respond these surveys back to the ministries to see how they can prioritize their accessibility to elderly and people with disabilities or new immigrants, and to enable them to participate in digital empowerment. And we start with women-friendly empowerment, and we look at capacity building. For example, we're lowering barriers in terms of their time, location, and responsibility of care and duty of care. So the timings and the venues of the trainings are friendly for women, and we look at and to further enhance their identification. And we hold these trainings during the weekdays or holidays or online so that female has more accessibility to these trainings. We invite female speakers, invite female entrepreneurs to speak to them. For example, last year we held over 30 capacity building sessions. Over half are for women. If we focus on AI and information security, we hosted 17 sessions, and there were over 1,000 women who participated, which is more than 36%. Thank you. In the Ministry of Health and Welfare, I am the Director General of Protective of Agency. When we talk about the digital gender-based violence facilitated by technology, it's something we require cross-department cooperation. So in addition to revising, amending our Juvenile Sexual Exploitation Act in 2019, we further included the juvenile images, sexual images, in the scope of sexual exploitation. And in 2023, under the guidance of EY, including Ministry of Health and Welfare, judicial departments, and relevant departments, we started amending the 4 laws of the sexual harassment and violence. And in recent years, we have further managed and revised acts as appropriate. These are ongoing progress. That is our determination to strengthen the duty of protection of this government, and we establish a single mailbox that is a one-stop mailbox that operates 24/7, 365 days to receive complaints regarding sexual images, to immediately remove the sexual images as appropriate. And in addition to using technology, we use technology to proactively stop all of these sexual images instead of just waiting for the complaints. And we also use AI technology to improve our administrative efficiency. We also work with the NGOs and local governments to provide service to our victims. We now give the floor to National Science Council. Regarding the investment in STEM, the Ministry of Education already has budgets and programs. And to improve the gender segregation in technology domain, in 2022, we hosted seminars for female in STEM, and we also invite them to come and share their experiences and to talk about their career development, to build a friendly environment for research, and also to encourage more female engineers to join us. We also have more and more female leading and chairing National Science Council programs, from 26.2% in 2020 to 27.5% to 2024. Does Ministry of Education would like to follow up on STEM? Because National Science Council mentioned Ministry of Education. Yes. This is from the Higher Education Office at Ministry of Education. Regarding college students majoring in STEM domain, we basically have programs to create gender-friendly learning environment on campus and to provide fundings to subsidize. In 2024, we have over 90,000 students taking up STEM as a major, among which female students account for 43,000, which is about 46.9%, and the number is growing over the years. And in addition to college students and female students, regarding female teachers and researchers, at our ministry, we have a program to empower and encourage female science and STEM research talents, and we provide subsidies. That's our follow-up to the answer. Thank you very much. Finally, we give the floor to the Ministry of Economic Affairs about gender equality in SMEs. I am the Deputy Director at Sectoral Development, and in order to encourage female to participate economically in STEM or technology industries, we have relevant talent trainings and we guarantee female quota. For example, for semiconductor talent training, we reserve 20% of the availability for the female, and we also hosted seminars and training courses for corporate managements to talk about gender mainstreaming. And we also have, if science or tech companies, manufacturing companies, they are applying for awards or subsidies at our ministries, we ask that they submit applications that include programs to create a gender-friendly workplace, including hiring a new female researchers. as one of the criteria that we evaluate their programs on. That's how we guarantee female employment. Thank you very much. We have these various ministries that answered the questions provided by the reviewers. I would like to ask, are there any other ministries that would like to follow up before we give the floor back to the reviewers? If there are no follow-ups, we would like to thank all of you for your answering, and now we give the floor back to our reviewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the head of the delegation, for the extensive answers across sectors. Obviously, a lot of work is ongoing, and we hope that some of those results will begin to be evident in the years ahead. Some of them might need sharpening, and I know that my colleague has some questions, but I would like to respond to the Ministry of Justice, just to ask, because you talked about training and the use of judges' discretion in the application of CEDAW, and to share the experience from my own home country, where I have been involved in working with the judiciary in developing judicial protocols, guidelines, bench books, to guide the judiciary at different tiers of government, the magistrate court, the Sharia court, in terms of how they can better deliver on the application of CEDAW in their day-to-day. And some of those tools are things that you might want to consider because you already have the law. Just like in my country, the laws are in place, the constitution is supportive, but the application is constrained. And so the work has been to develop bench books, checklists, judicial protocol, as well as case management guide at every level of the judicial system to help them to deliver. So I just thought to share that with you, that it's some kind of recommendation you might want to consider that would help the judiciary to better deliver on the very, very noble aspirations of government and the law that you have. And I'll yield the floor now to Marion, who has maybe a few questions before we move to Article 5. Oh, and you too, Jesus? Okay, yeah. Marion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask the Taiwan delegation about the use of TSMs, temporary special measures, in the renewable energy sector, given that, we have increasing challenges in terms of climate crisis. Typhoon Bavi went north of Taiwan, I think, and so that was very fortunate. But my question really is around the mandate that Taiwan has in terms of green growth, net zero emissions by 2050. And there is a national development plan that is in place, spearheaded by the National Development Council, that is really looking at this mandate and trying to reach this particular goal. And so my question is, do women, including rural women and indigenous women in Taiwan, have a significant and meaningful role in advancing the initiative of green growth, net zero emissions? This has implications for not only for their social and economic empowerment, but their leadership and decision making. And so has the state party considered using temporary special measures to increase the capacity and the active participation of women in this renewable energy sector?
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you. A very short question to the Judicial Yuan. You said that there is a training on CEDAW, the convention provided to the judges. And who are the trainers? Who provide training on CEDAW? So that would be my question. But Madam Chair, if you allow me, I just want to ask a one follow-up question regarding the implementation of CEDAW by the Department of Gender Equality. And thanks for all the explanation regarding evaluation of implementation, cross-department, system that you put on website, how they are graded in terms of implementation. My question is, how do you monitor implementation of CEDAW Convention by the local government? I think it's all done at the central government level. So there is a concern raised that the CEDAW Convention in Taiwan is difficult to reach to the remote areas at the local government level, to the different cities in different, like Kaohsiung or, other cities that do not domesticate the convention yet. So that would be my additional question. Thank you.
So for the delegation, if we have a quick response, so we can go to Article 5. Thank you.
那个感
Thank you, Madam Chair, for offering us your tool. I think that's going to be very valuable. So to answer the three questions, I would like to now give the floor to our colleagues for renewable energy. I would like to ask the Ministry of Economic Affairs to answer that, and the Council of Indigenous Affairs can also answer that. And then when it comes to the local issue, should there be indigenous areas involved? Maybe our CIP, Council of Indigenous Affairs, can also provide additional information to actually see how CEDAW is implemented locally. And then that's about renewable energy. And if our Ministry of Environment can also offer additional information after CIP and after Ministry of Economic Affairs. And then I would like to ask the Judicial Yuan to answer about who are the trainers of CEDAW. And then we would ask the CIP to offer the additional information. We have so many different departments, so please be cautious of time. Thank you. MOEA, you can go first. Yes. So about the Industry Development Department, this is the Deputy Director General. For renewable energy and net zero emission, that is a world trend. And then indeed, it is also a pillar policy here in Taiwan. And if we really want to hit our net zero goal, then there are many of the inventory work of carbon footprint calculation we need to do, and then we need to have experts and specialists in that area. And so like the STEM, that for the training, we would definitely have secured slots reserved for women so they can take part in the training. And then later we would actually match them with those business in needs to provide this kind of work. And also we would coach business for net zero and for new renewable energy adoption. And when they come to MOEA to make their proposal, they need to answer to their gender equality requirements. They give more reserved or affirmative ratio to women? Or are they offering parental leave benefits? They have to make a very clear proposals in that, so that will be factored into our programs. So any other additional information on renewable energy from CIP? This is from CIP. So with regard for indigenous business and industry development, from 2015, we started to give them coach programs for entrepreneurs. So the indigenous entrepreneurs will receive training and coaching and seed fund. And then also our coach would actually support and coach them for 6 months to enhance the team's competitiveness. So as of 2020, between 2021 to 2024, we have supported altogether 39 indigenous businesswomen who successfully started their own career and business. Any other information on renewable energy? If not, you can say no. So Ministry of Environment, first time making comments, so we don't have additional information with regard to renewable energy. Okay, 主持秀媛. Thank you for your question. So this is the teenage court's head. So all these ruling judges of Taiwan, you all have to receive gender equity education, which is designed on the basis of CEDAW spirits. So there are 4 kinds of trainings. So who are the coaches? They are instructors and trainers from famous gender institutes across universities in Taiwan. So these are our trainer, and also the professional and professors offering counseling and therapy services. They would have a team to give training, and then also we would invite overseas experts. Sometimes they would deliver the training online, or sometimes they will come here in person. And the last type, that for senior judges in Taiwan, they have accumulated a lot of experiences in empowering women and gender equality on when in their court practice, and then we would actually invite them over to share real world cases and their practices. So we would like to ask Department Gender Equality to answer the local implementation. So in terms of the local implementation of CEDAW, so at central level and local, we have this local government autonomy. So for the CEDAW, so we started with central government. And then because the local government, they are critical because they are the first line to have engagement with our citizens. So they are required to have CEDAW training. And then also for our evaluation indicators, how did they implement CEDAW? So they do have education training requirement and the measures. And then also our observation conclusions can also for them serve as a reference for them. And also in the latest program, we would like to ask them to offer a CEDAW city report. So we have New Taipei City, Taoyuan, and Taichung cities are now starting to work on city and municipal level report. So this is actually direction we hope they will be driving toward to. Thank you. So CIP, anything about additional information to offer with regard to indigenous affairs? So additional information. So indigenous regions for its CEDAW implementation. So far, that we do have a gender equality task force. So we actually focus on their women's participation in the local councils, and because in the indigenous areas for development that they need to get consent from the local indigenous council. So at the moment, in terms of the women's participation, that we are reminded by scholars and experts that the female representation in these indigenous councils are quite low. Therefore, we're working together with these township offices in these indigenous areas. We would like to know the reasons of these low female representation in indigenous councils. And going forward, we are going to work together with the township offices to encourage women's participation in indigenous council and their involvement in decision making. So this is an ongoing progress right now. Thank you very much for all the information. Additional information anyone would like to add on? If none, thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the floor back to our review committee.
Thank you. Now going to Article 5. Professor Letty, are you the one taking over?
It's me.
You too. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 5 addresses gender stereotypes and gender-based violence against women. So in regard to gender stereotypes, the committee also welcomes the numerous initiatives undertaken to challenge gender stereotypes, including public awareness campaigns, educational reforms, cultural initiatives, and efforts to reduce occupational segregation and promote women's participation in traditionally male-dominated sectors. However, despite these positive developments, gender stereotypes remain deeply embedded in social attitudes and institutions. The committee notes continuing reports of victim-blaming narratives, particularly in media coverage of gender-based violence, and remains concerned that many of the measures adopted appear to focus primarily on awareness raising rather than addressing the underlying patriarchal norms that perpetuate discrimination and violence. So can the delegation elaborate on whether the state party intends to adopt a comprehensive strategy and program to eliminate discriminatory gender stereotypes, both online and offline? In particular, what measures are being taken to ensure systematic training of public officials and media professionals to promote gender-responsive media reporting and to address stereotypes affecting women in marginalized situations, including Indigenous women, migrant women, women with disabilities, older women, and LGBTI women. I now turn to gender-based violence. The committee welcomes the considerable efforts undertaken by the state party since the previous review to strengthen its legislative and policy framework. We note in particular the adoption of the National Action Plan for Gender-Based Violence Prevention of 2025, the amendments to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, the Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, the Gender Equality in Employment Act, the Gender Equity Education Act, as well as reforms to legislation addressing sexual assault, stalking, and technology-facilitated gender-based violence. These developments demonstrate the state party's continued commitment to preventing violence against women and strengthening victim protection. Nevertheless, as the committee emphasized in its general recommendation number 35, legislation alone is insufficient unless accompanied by coordinated implementation, adequate resources, and measures addressing the structural causes of gender-based violence. So the committee welcomes the establishment of the National Action Plan for Gender-Based Violence, which has the potential to provide a more integrated response to violence against women. So can you please elaborate on how the National Action Plan addresses the structural causes of gender-based violence, ensures coordination across sectors, and establishes clear accountability and monitoring mechanisms? Furthermore, how does the state party ensure that all forms of gender-based violence against women are addressed as manifestations of gender inequality and discrimination consistent with GR number 35? In regard to domestic violence, the committee welcomes the amendments made to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, the strengthening of protection orders, the establishment of cross-sector safety networks, and the expansion of services available to victims. These represent important advances in protection of women experiencing domestic violence. Nevertheless, the statistics provided by the state party indicate that the number of reported domestic violence victims has continued to increase, while women consistently account for approximately 3/4 of all victims. The committee also notes the continued prevalence of intimate partner violence, particularly among certain groups of women. Can the delegation explain how it interprets these trends and what additional measures are envisaged to reduce the prevalence of domestic violence? In particular, how does the state party ensure that the amendments to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act are effectively translated into practice, including through adequate resources, coordinated implementation, and effective monitoring? The committee also notes concerns regarding inconsistencies in perpetrator intervention programs, regional disparities in victim services, and continuing challenges in ensuring effective protection following the issuance of protection orders. The question is, What measures are being taken to strengthen perpetrator programs, improve coordination between relevant authorities, and ensure that protection orders provide timely and effective protection to victims in accordance with the state's parties' due diligence obligations under the Convention? I now move to sexual harassment. The committee welcomes the comprehensive amendments adopted in 2023 to the Gender Equality and Employment Act, the Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, and the Gender Equity Education Act, which strengthens victim protection, improves complaint mechanisms, and increases accountability for perpetrators. Can the delegation share the factors underlying the increases in sexual harassment and indicate whether they reflect improved reporting, increased prevalence, or remaining gaps in prevention? Furthermore, what measures are being taken to ensure the effective implementation of the 3 acts, including trauma-informed procedures, effective investigation of complaints, protection against retaliation, and adequate remedies for victims? In regard to sexual assault, the committee welcomes the increased funding allocated through the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Prevention Fund, the strengthening of professional training for judicial and social work personnel, and the measures introduced to improve victim protection. At the same time, the committee notes that women continue to account for more than 80% of reported victims of sexual assault, and that certain groups, including immigrant women, Indigenous women, and women with disabilities, remain disproportionately affected. Could the delegation explain how it addresses these disparities and whether the state party explicitly recognizes sexual assault as a form of gender-based violence rooted in structural discrimination and unequal power relations? The committee also notes the information provided regarding convictions in sexual assault cases. However, concerns remain regarding the attrition of cases within the justice system and the barriers faced by survivors in obtaining effective remedies. My final question is, can the delegation explain what measures are being taken to strengthen access to justice for survivors, including through trauma-informed investigations and judicial proceedings, systematic monitoring of prosecution outcomes, and measures to combat victim-blaming attitudes? In this regard, how does the state party ensure compliance with the principles set out in General Recommendation number 33 on women's access to justice and General Recommendation number 35 on gender-based violence against women? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to the delegation for responses to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regarding the Harassment Prevention Act, we would like to ask the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior. Stalking and harassment is Ministry of Interior. And for sexual GBV Prevention Act is going to be taken by the Judicial Yuan and the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Judicial Yuan, you're going to talk about the judicial proceeding regarding the sexual assault, and for unequal rights relation, we talk about survival obstacles, barriers faced by the survivors, and also trauma-informed consultation. We asked the Minister of Health and Welfare to talk about the gender equality, 3 gender equality acts. Yes, there were a number of questions. Can I comprehensively answer what I have noted down? First of all, we talked about gender-based violence. We believe that post violence service is very important, but prevention is more important, and that answers and echoes our preventive strategies. When we started with very limited resources, we responded after the events and the incidents. So we start from strengthening the protection of victims to allocate our resources. But we also realize that only when we intervene early will we be able to help the victims recover better. And what's different about Taiwan is in terms of GBV prevention and gender-based violence, it's a complaint-based system. When we talk about we have to, in Taiwan, it's not a complaint-based, it's we report when we see it. So the numbers that you see that are increasing, we don't see it as a bad thing because we're also doing a prevalence survey. Over the past 8 years, there's been 2 surveys, and we're moving into a 3rd national prevalence survey, and we've noticed that female victims of domestic violence and the prevalence rate of it is the first time we see a 25% of women who face intimate relationship violence throughout their lives. That was in the first survey, but in the second survey, the number lowered to 20%. During this time, our number of reports still increased, which means we are seeing more and more of the hidden numbers that are being revealed now. And even though we see an increase in the numbers reported, in 2024, we further amended our acts. In the past, the victims would have to file the complaints and reappeal, but now they only have to file the complaint once, and we will start the investigation, and also we keep all of their information confidential. And as our reviewers have mentioned, you wondered why are the majority of the victims, and you see a larger number in foreign women and indigenous women. The absolute majority is still Taiwanese citizens. But what you're seeing is the rate of the violence they suffered because they have a smaller number to start with. So with a smaller base number, the ratio would be higher. And it also has to do with the level of information they have access to and also their willingness to seek help. And we work hard to remove the barriers to their accessibility. Next, we give the floor to Ministry of Labor. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for caring about our Gender Equality in Employment Act and how we have performed after the amendment. Since its enforcement in March 8th, 2024, for the Employment Harassment, Sexual Harassment Act, the main difference is in the past, if the employer does not handle it or if the victim is not satisfied with the treatment, they can appeal to the local competent authority. So we can see in practice there are some cases where victims are not happy with how the case has been processed, and they appeal to the competent authority, and so the competent authority can start an investigation. and require and mandate the employer for further treatment. In the past, the person responsible in the enterprise can now appeal to the competent authority so that the victim no longer need to go through the internal investigations. So this protection is more comprehensive for the victim. And also we talk about retaliation and revenge. Our act itself states that the labor may not face disadvantaged treatment because of the appeal or complaint. But we also ask the employer in our amendment to implement monitoring and performance and follow-up to prevent retaliation and revenge. So we have these in package in conjunction with all of these current amendments. Thank you. Before we give the floor to Ministry of Education, I would like to follow up because the reviewers asked about the print media or radio and its issue with gender stereotypes. I would like to ask Ministry of Culture and Commission of Communication to talk about the media. And finally, you talk about post-sexual assault and the monitoring and follow-up and the indictment and judicial processing. We will give the floor to Judicial Yuan before we give the floor to the Ministry of Justice. That will be more appropriate. So that's the order of the answering later on. And so that was the Ministry of Labor. We next give the floor to Ministry of Education.
And this is Ministry of Education. So in 2023, we actually amended the 3 acts regarding gender equality. So after the amendment, should there be sexual harassment on campus, then we would actually address all these cases by using Gender Equity Education Act. And then should there be any harassment taking place in workplace, then we adopt gender equality in employment. We actually see there is a quite high number of sexual harassment on campus, and then that ratio is as high as 88%. And then that happens, the high frequency happens on the campus of elementary school. Maybe the elementary school students, they don't really have these full awareness of gender equality. Therefore, they make inappropriate jokes among students. We do have rules for elementary and junior high schools. On each semester, they need to have at least 4 hours of gender equality training. And also, we have included that in our national curriculum for a comprehensive promotion of gender equality awareness. And then also, family plays a critical role in education. Therefore, we support the local education center for families at the local level, encourage them to include the gender equality spirits and values, and then also promote that at the local level family education center. And then for the gender-based violence prevention, we adopt this preventive approach. We work with different ministries and departments, targeting specific groups and communities, and we also enhance training on gender-based violence prevention. And then also on regular basis, we have these educational promotion campaigns for prevention. And then also we have these school guidelines for digital-based website, cyber-based gender-based violence. And then also for high school students and junior and elementary school students, they at least need to receive 4 hours of gender equality training. So we actually diversify our campaigns targeting different age groups to promote awareness, gender equality awareness. And then we would like to ask the Ministry of Interior to talk about harassment Act, Sexual Harassment Prevention Act. This is the Police Department Prevention Section Chief. And then with regard to the Stalking and Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, in order to implement gender equality and protect the victims' safety and security, the stalking and sexual harassment has already been legalized. And then also the investigation, and then also we protect the victim. Therefore, we stipulated Sexual Harassment Prevention Act. And then also for these stalking, sexual and the Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, we cover specific measures for remediation and prevention. When our police take the complaints and the cases, and then they need to conduct criminal investigation and then provide hard copy document, and then the victims do not have to lodge the complaint, criminal code complaint on their own. And then also should there, depending on the severity, the punishment would also be enhanced. So it for stalking, the highest sentencing can be 5 years. And then depending on the situation, the prosecutor general can also apply for detention. And for the two parties involved, should there be any disputes with regard to written warning, and then they can also appeal to the police authority to seek remedy. And then also within 2 years of the order issuing of that warning, if there is a relapse, and then the victims can apply for injunction from the court. And then once it's issued, in the case of emergency, the police authority, and after the evaluation of the prosecutor, and then they can actually have this discretion. They don't have to wait for the application of the victim, and they can issue the injunction. And also in terms of the prevention treatment and then cyber prevention, after these treatment-oriented program to the perpetrators, and the perpetrator can receive counseling, support, psychiatric treatment, and also addiction treatment to effectively address this issue from the root cause. And for this drug addiction or these psychiatric patients, stalkers and perpetrators, in addition to criminal code penalties, and we also have the social network mechanism. So these cases will be referred to the local health authorities to enhance the whole treatment. Ministry of Culture. So this is Ministry of Culture. So thank you for your question. So with regard to the media, so every year we actually entrusted and commissioned the association for these gender equality campaign and education, and then we invite scholars and experts to hold a workshop to talk to the practitioners and journalists to talk about the gender stereotyping issues, about gender equality and the minors' rights, to improve their awareness, the media practitioners' awareness of gender equality. This is about the broadcasting supervision and oversight. We actually, it's mainly a voluntary disciplinary approach. And then also we have the civil society supervision. And then in terms of regulation in 2010, that we do have broadcasting media program production, gender equality related guideline. We also have gender-based violence prevention reminders, and also we also bar from these illegal filming and mocking to prevent stereotyping. So all these are included in our guidelines. And then also our practitioners and also these media and networks would actually include our guidelines in their own voluntary guidelines. For example, they would emphasize the importance of the victim's privacy protection, and then also they would avoid discrimination against vulnerable groups. So that is the voluntary disciplinary actions in the industry. And then we also have a public complaint channel, and also the citizens can lodge the complaint against the medias with inappropriate stereotyping depiction, and then we can deal with that complaint. And then also for the practitioners in the broadcasting industry, we also provide them a professional training to improve their gender equality awareness through these civil society groups training and or experts. We promote CEDAW spirits, and we also promote awareness of the 3 Gender Equality Acts, and also we share some cases, real life cases of stereotyping reporting. And Ministry of Justice. So this is the Ministry of Justice, the protection of the victim of sexual assault. We've focus on their privacy protection so they don't have to repeat their own account. And also we establish a friendly environment for investigation, and also for the information of the victims, it's confidential. And then also for the victims, if they need other support, we would also talk to the relevant competent authorities to acquire needed services. And then also we have these criminal Victim Protection Act. We also have a compensation mechanism. And then also for the ruling, that should there be inappropriate ruling, there is also remediation through appealing channel.
Explain the key measures adopted by the court in handling sexual assault case after prosecution. Yeah, we are committed to ensure the victims of sexual assault can participate in criminal proceedings in a fair and respective manners, free from the prejudice and gender stereotypes. Mandatory mediation and settlement is not permitted in this case. During the proceedings, appropriate protective measures such as separating the victim from the defendant when necessary and are adopted to minimize trauma and avoid repetitive questioning. In addition, judges, prosecutors, and other judicial personnel receiving trauma-informed training to better understand and respond to needs of the victims throughout the judicial process. Thank you.
谢谢。那我们请卫福部最后。
有关被害人保护部分呢
？With regard to victim protection, for the sexual assault cases, it's required to report the case, and if of any of the civil servants should they be aware of all these cases, they need to report to competent authorities. And then when we receive that complaint, and then and the reporting, and then the social workers will accompany the victims, and then throughout the whole litigation process. That is the case support. And also we work together with Ministry of Justice, and we also have civil society groups, and then so they would actually supervise and give oversight and consultation to the procedures. Thank you. Thank you. So this concludes our answers. In the interest of time, I would like to give the time back to Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
好，非常谢谢政府机关的代表。那接下来呢，我要再次的，就是非常的感谢大家呢，刚刚给的这个回应呢，是非常的广泛。我知道我们已经超时了，但是呢，我们还是要花。
We come back and then we can take questions that for the remaining articles for the day. I believe we have covered a lot of grounds, and the commendation goes to you for the robust answers that you've given to us. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Madam Chair, is it okay that we cut short the break to 10 minutes or still 15? Okay, yeah. 好，那各位贵宾，我们接下来呢就休息15分钟，休息15分钟。那等一下回来呢，会继续进行第6到第9条的审查哦。We take a 15-minute break from here, and we'll be back for the review of Article 6 tonight. 那15分钟，我们休息到4点半，休息到4点半，谢谢。We'll be back by 4:30. Thank you. 各位贵宾，下个场次再过3分钟之后即将正式开始了，请您准备回座，谢谢。The next session will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. 有请各位贵宾就座，我们准备要开始进行下一场次的审查，谢谢。Please take your seats for the next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And now we'll continue with the review of Articles 6 to 9. 那接下来呢，我们继续进行共同核心文件第6到第9条的审查。再次提醒您，每位发言以3分钟为限。那我们在30秒前以其时间到，各会响铃提醒您。那发言之前呢，稍微举个手，让镜头可以找得到您。Okay, now back to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And without much ado, I think I will yield the floor to Professor Hesu Shin to take us through questions on Article 6. You have the floor, Hesu.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, everybody. I'll raise issues under Article 6, which is very short, the shortest provision in all the articles of CEDAW. So if I read it, states parties shall take all appropriate measures, including legislation, to suppress all forms of traffic in women and exploitation of prostitution of women. That's just one sentence. Yeah. Although it is the shortest provision, but it has the longest history. Because it is based on the 1949 Convention, which is a similar title, but instead of woman, it has persons. So 1949 Convention for the suppression of the traffic in persons and of the exploitation of the prostitution of others. Yeah. So it is based. So when CEDAW Convention was adopted in 1979, it incorporated all the sectoral already existing conventions into the CEDAW Convention. So that is how Article 6 of the CEDAW Convention has now the format as it is. The old 1949 Convention has very important articles in 3 parts. So the previous 1949 Convention in Article 1, it is to punish any person who procures, entices, or leads away another person, even with the consent of that person. So any person who leads away women into prostitution, that would be punished. Yeah, and anybody who exploits the prostitution of another person, regardless of whether there is a consent of that person or not. So that's Article 1 of the old convention. And Article 2 of that 1949 convention says that the convention further agreed to punish any person who, and there is 1 and 2, who 1, keeps or manages or knowingly finances or takes part in the financing of a brothel. So the brothel where exploitation happens would be prohibited. And then the second part of that Article 2 of the 1949 Convention says the parties to the convention further agree to punish any person who knowingly lets or rents a building or other place or any part thereof for the purpose of the prostitution of others. So in other words, Article 1 and 2 of the old convention punishes those who entices women into prostitution or who manages the brothel, yeah, or rent the brothel. And then Article 16 of that old convention says the parties to the convention agree to take measures for the prevention of prostitution and for the rehabilitation and social adjustment of the victims of prostitution through the public and private education, health, social, economic, and other related services. So in other words, the states that ratifies this convention needs to provide measures to help the victims of prostitution, that is women in this case. So you could see that is the spirit that is embedded in the Article 6 of the CEDAW Convention. Now, if we read the meaning of the Article 6 on suppression of trafficking in women or exploitation of prostitution of women, there is no prohibition of prostitution per se as a punishable crime. Yeah, so it was not intended to punish or prohibit prostitution or punish the so-called prostitutes, or in modern terms, those sex service providers. You know, they are not to be punished. Yeah. Now if we check the realities in Taiwan, you have Public Order Maintenance Act dealing with sex trade, which is not working. And I read your Article 80, 81, and 91/1 regarding how to deal with the sex trade or sex industry or sexual transaction, etc., in the terminology. And then according to the information provided by the civil society, in 2023, yeah, the National Police Agency of the Ministry of the Interior completed the commissioned research report titled, which is the title of the research on the relationship between Article 80 of the Social Order Maintenance Act and the spirit of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. and what kind of legal amendment should be proposed. Yes? And then the report suggested long-term, medium, and short-term, medium, and long-term goals, which recommended the enactment of a special law on this sex industry. Yeah, in my country, Korea, we made a separate law on sex trafficking and sex trade back in 2004. After several women were killed because there were fires in Busan and then other cities, and then the women were trapped, into the barred rooms, and then they couldn't get out, they couldn't escape. Yeah, so that was the background because many women in prostitution were killed. So there was a recommendation from this commissioned research report that there should be a special law enacted on this sex industry and cross-ministerial governance. And they requested, the research report requested there should be abandoning on framework of control, rather than protection. So, and then a long-term goal of this research report included recommendation for full decriminalization and active promotion of sexuality education. And actually, the UN CEDAW committee has been requesting all the states parties that women should be decriminalized for any act of sexual transaction or sex work, or some governments still call it prostitution. Yeah, so women should not be criminalized, as we could see back in 1949 convention. Yeah, women should not be penalized or punished for what they are doing, because there is a economic, social background why they engage in sex trade, why they tend to provide sexual services to the clients. Yeah. And the CEDAW committee also recommended, rather than punishing women, rather than criminalize prostitution, there should be efforts to diminish the demand. So how to try to decrease men's demand of using prostitution, and then provide alternative living, because many of these women tend to stay in that industry because of economic necessities. So my question on this point would be two. First, what happened to the recommendation of this research, which was conducted by the National Police Agency under the Ministry of Interior, because it was commissioned by the government. And what actions were taken after this research, which was 3 years ago? So that would be my first question. And second question is, what is the government's plan to amend the law towards decriminalization of sex service providers? Because obviously in your law of Public Order Maintenance Act, local government was supposed to designate sex district, which is not working at all, because no local government ever designated any zone, sex zones. So it's not working. You should get rid of that, and then rather you should decriminalize instead of raiding all this and then punishing most women, not the client. In our country, when we made this law on sex trafficking back in 2004, we tried to emphasize, what should be punished equally is the client, the male client, and then the owner of the establishment, because a lot of this prostitution or sex trade is happening at the entertainment industry. So those who are profiting, profiting from the industry are the owners of the establishment, are the male clients who try to use the weaker position of women, and it should be emphasis how to curb that demand through preventive measures. So my question regarding this were two. Yeah, what happened to this research? What action taken, and then how about decriminalization and getting rid of that sex zone? Yeah, and then second question, a big question is about military sexual slavery. Many countries in Asia suffered by the Japanese military during the World War II. And then there were many so-called comfort woman victims, including Korea, China, Japan itself, as well as Indonesia, Philippines, East Timor, etc. So there was a question raised, and then you answered the question. But I would like to remind you that Taiwan has a very proud history from 1992 in this Asian solidarity movement regarding comfort woman issue. And in the beginning from Taiwan, it was Wang Qingpeng, the lawyer who became politician. She was working as the representative of Taipei Women's Rescue Foundation. So you have very proud history because Taiwan at the time was the first country who provided compensation to the victims, which became a model. So my question now is that, is government considering to establish a national level women's and human rights museum or gender and human rights museum, rather than leaving it completely to the civil society AMA museum? Yeah, I think there should be a government level museum to be established. And until that, do you considering to allocate dedicated budget to fund the civil society organizations, because I think they are suffering very much. And then last question on this point is, how about textbook lessons? Because it is very important to teach the history to the next generations. And then school textbook is very much important. In Japan, there's a reduction and omission of this point from their textbook teaching, and that has been very much criticized. So my question is whether you are going to revise history textbooks so that you include it, comprehensive stories behind this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jesus. I think I will call on Professor Letty to take questions on Article 7 and 8 so that we can try to make up for time. And then the delegation can respond to all those questions. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you, Chair. During our Chair's remarks on Article 4, some questions regarding political participation were already addressed. However, I would like to emphasize some points. First, what is the State Party doing to address all topics contained in General Recommendation 40, especially? Is there a commitment from political parties to comply with parity rules and to foster a greater presence of women in the public sphere? Could the State Party provide more information on the participation of disadvantaged groups in public life, Please provide data and information on the participation of rural women, indigenous women, women with disabilities, LGBTQ persons, and other marginalized groups in political and public life. Are indigenous and rural women and women with disabilities participating in public consultation regarding decisions that affect them? In light of reports of increasing harassment and gender-based violence against women in public life, including online violence, please provide information on measures taken to prevent and address harassment, hate speech, and cyber violence targeting women in politics. Are there specific ways to report political violence against women, an effective way to sanction it? About Article 8, my question is, please describe measures taken to promote women's leadership in international representation, including mentorship, career advancement, and visibility of women role models. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now hand back to the delegation to try and, in a short way, respond to questions for Article 6. I think there were 4 of them, and the questions on Articles 7 and 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regarding Article 6 and regarding the sanctions about or penalizing women in sexual work, in sex work, we will have the Ministry of Justice answer and then Ministry of Interior to follow up. And then regarding comfort women, whether or not there is going to be a dedicated national women or gender museum, we will give this question to Ministry of Health and Welfare and then have NGOs follow up. And we will have the Ministry of Culture to take up the question about the textbook and Article 6. That's about Article 6. And about Article 7, investing in women participation by political parties. And for the participation of disadvantaged women, we will give this question to Ministry of Interior. And regarding the sexual harassment, online and offline, politically targeting women, we will give this question to the Ministry of Justice. And international participation, we will give the question to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's for Article 8. Now we give the floor to the respective delegates. Please mind the time. Thank you. Ministry of Interior, Police Agency regarding Article 6 about sexual transaction. In 2009, the interpretation was gave way to the Public Order Act in Taiwan. And because of the social consensus in Taiwan and the Zoning Act in Taiwan, in the past, Keelung, Zhanghua, and Jiayi had evaluated whether or not we were going to establish a zone for sexual work and sex service work, but there were no consensus. So because of the limitation in the legislation, we've adjusted in our implementation. In the past, we focused more on Article 231 in our code, and we notice that for these economic pinpoints, if we do not cut off from the start, and we tracked from the bottom up, and combining forces that are non-police and work with local governments, industry, constructions, engineering, and using the building code and the fire agency codes to cut the power and water of these illegal sex service stations, we can break these organized crimes of sex trafficking. And for those that are the individual sex service providers, we work with social services and labor and police. After we finish the police statement, we will give them access to social welfare or other accesses. And if they have these requirements, in 5 days, we will have a confidential letter that will be sent to them, and there will be a green channel provided for this individual to exit the sex service. And we also work with CSOs to provide follow-up care. What about Ministry of Justice? This is the Ministry of Justice, and regarding penalizing the sex service providing, if it's a broker or seductive transactions, we can see in our criminal code, Article 231 to 233, in our Human Trafficking Prevention Act, Article 29, there are no penalization. And secondly is from the Comfort Women to Gender and Human Rights Museum. We give this question to Ministry of Health and Welfare, Ministry of Culture, and Ministry of Education. This is the Ministry of Health and Welfare regarding the social services provided to Comfort Women. We have already a program that provides consultation and subsidy to Comfort Women that provided service during the Japanese colony, and we have allowances provided and medical services. This program ended as the last Comfort Woman passed away in 2023. But before this, we provided these services to them. And I now give the floor to Ministry of Culture. The museum falls under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Culture, so I think you can take this question together. A museum falls under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Culture, but in terms of women rescue and social welfare, that falls under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Health and Welfare. I would like to say that the government is more than willing to work with a CSO to partner in promoting a very important task, but we know it takes cross-department work to further facilitate this. For the Ministry of Culture, we should first work with the CSO to foster environments like the touring museums before we build something that's permanent. We need to take this issue into schools, into communities, for more public for the public to gain access to this part of the history. So since 2016 to 2026, this year, for the past decade, at the Ministry of Culture, we have invested in over 23 million for CSOs to advocate this issue, including 814 International Comfort Women Day, or concerts or film festivals or art performances, various activities to raise the awareness among the general public and to know the value of this part of the history. And we know that we also helped the Ama Museum in improving the accessible infrastructures, their curations, exhibitions. I don't think we need to wait for a museum to be built. There are already a lot of things that we can work with them. But if we need to build a museum, we need the competent authority to take up this responsibility. We would like to give the floor to Ministry of Education for the textbook and curriculum. Regarding the curriculum, covers the 20th century history suffered by people in East Asia, and it includes gender and history. In terms of human rights and education, it's also an important issue in the curriculum. Teachers can guide students to reflect on humanity and dignity and think about how bias and discrimination affects equality. And these are all dedicated, the resources that we dedicated in our Gender Equality Education Resource Center. And we also have a thematic case on women treatment in war. All of this are placed in our Gender Resource Center for teachers to download and use in class. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to Article 7 about encouraging female political participation. We now give the floor to MOI. Regarding support or encourage political parties to foster female political participation, in the last legislative session, EY submitted to the LY an amendment to encourage political parties to use 5% of their political party subsidy to empower and facilitate female participation. But last year, because the legislative session did not continue, we weren't able to review that and adopt that. But in the future, if it's adopted, 5% will be allocated to it. Right now, because the amendment hasn't been adopted, we will continue to encourage and raise the awareness of female participation in political parties. And we remind the political parties to use a certain ratio of their political party subsidy to encourage or facilitate female political participation. And also, when these political parties are holding their annual assemblies, we participate and we take part and we notify them that there should be a certain ratio allocated for women and women with disability. And there are voluntary quota for these political parties as well. For example, the ruling party, the DPP, we ask that various companies and various sectors, in addition to the candidates that they have, out of every 4 candidates, there should be 1 female. So we should make sure that this guarantees the female participation ratio. But we did notice that in rural areas and counties and townships, this ratio wasn't adhered to. So we actively negotiated with the legislators and amended Article 33 of the Local Administrative Act and changed the 1/3 ratio to 1 out of every 4. And it will start applying in 2030, which means during the next election. And after that, we will have twice the amount of guaranteed seats for women.
尤其是
On sexual violence and also the sexual violence targeting political participating women. So this is from the Department of Justice, Ministry of Justice. So for female politician being targeted by hate crime, cybercrime, and then on this. And also that constitutes a sexual harassment act violation, and then they can actually prosecute according to these acts. So these are my answer. Thank you very much. Article 8 about this international political participation. I would like to give the floor to Mofa.
Huang, I'm with the Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to use Taiwan's women's participation in APEC as an example for Taiwan's progress in promoting women's international participation. Among the members of Taiwan's delegation to the 2024 APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, women accounted for 42%, up to 40% in 2020. Women also played an active role in APEC meetings throughout the year. In 2024, Taiwan sent a total of 504 experts from government and private sector in APEC meetings, and women made up to 52% of the participations. This means that the female participation was higher than male participation overall. In addition, 4 women from Taiwan hold key positions in various APEC fora in 2024, representing 30% of all such positions held by Taiwan. This including the chair of Agricultural Technical Cooperation Working Group, ATCWG, also the vice governor of the Security and Trust Steering Group, STSG, and so on. So these figures demonstrate Taiwan's continued effort to promote women's international participation. Thank you.
谢谢。那
Thank you. Do we have any other colleagues would like to answer or provide additional information to these articles? None? If not, then we are going to give the floor back to our review committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You just want to repeat the question? Okay.
Because I didn't get the answer to my question to the Ministry of Interior, who answered about your criminal code, Article 231, but there was no reply to my question on what happened to the research report. And then after that, what kind of action was taken, especially regarding decriminalization. And although you said that criminal code, Article 231 to 233, it is about trafficking related forcing, etc. But what about Public Order Maintenance Act, Article 80, which punishes sexual transaction. And that's mostly by that law that women are punished with fine.
Thank you very much. I think while we await the response to that, I will give the floor to Marion for questions on Article 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this addresses nationality issues. The committee notes with appreciation the information provided by the state party indicating that naturalization applications are no longer rejected disproportionately for women on the basis of the quotation, no illicit or illegal behavior criterion, and that objective regulations have been adopted to clarify these applications. Nevertheless, the committee recalls that concerns raised during the previous review extended beyond the interpretation of this criterion and related more broadly to the equal enjoyment of nationality rights by new immigrant women. Can the delegation elaborate on how the implementation of the revised Nationality Act is being monitored to ensure that the no illicit or illegal behavior criterion is applied consistently and without direct or indirect discrimination? Furthermore, what mechanisms are available to monitor the practical impact of these reforms, including access to effective remedies where applications are refused? The committee also welcomes the various empowerment programs, educational initiatives, and psychosocial support services available to new immigrant women. Can the delegation indicate how the effectiveness of these programs is assessed and whether they have resulted in measurable improvements in the economic independence, social participation, and long-term integration of new immigrant women, particularly those living in rural areas or experiencing multiple forms of discrimination? In regard to residents' rights and family unity, the committee welcomes the 2023 amendment to the Immigration Act, which expands residents' rights for certain categories of new immigrants, including those whose spouse has died or those maintaining custody or regular contact with their children. However, the committee recalls that concerns were previously expressed regarding the residency rights of divorced migrant spouses and the possible impact of immigration rules on women's autonomy and parental rights. Can the delegation update the committee on any follow-up to the study on residency and parental rights of divorced new immigrants, including its principal findings and the manner in which these have informed legislative or policy reforms? In addition, what measures are being taken to ensure that women's resident status is not dependent upon remaining in abusive or coercive relationships and that the best interests of children are fully protected? In regard to nationality rights of children, the committee welcomes the amendments adopted to facilitate the naturalization of stateless children and notes the progress reported by the state party in this regard. Nevertheless, questions remain regarding the equal enjoyment of family rights by all children, particularly those growing up in diverse family structures. The committee has received information indicating that despite the legalization of same-sex marriage, children born within same-sex marriages through assisted reproductive technologies may still face unequal recognition of parentage, requiring one parent to establish legal parentage through adoption rather than benefiting from the same legal presumption applicable to different sex married couples. Can the delegation explain whether consideration is being given to reviewing the existing legal framework governing parentage in order to ensure equal protection of all children, irrespective of sex or sexual orientation? Finally, the committee notes that Taiwan has made important progress in strengthening the legal and policy framework governing nationality, migration, and the protection of new immigrant women. However, many of the measures described appear to rely primarily on administrative programs and policy initiatives. Can the delegation explain what steps are being taken to ensure the long-term sustainability and institutionalization of these measures, including whether they are supported by binding legislative frameworks, dedicated budgetary allocations, and effective monitoring and accountability mechanisms? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I will turn over to the delegation for, if possible, short answers. Thank you.
那这个关于
So without this Article 80 of the Social Order Maintaining Act, we would like to ask the Ministry of Interior to take that. As to the nationality, especially the naturalization of citizenship, these are relevant to the new immigrants. And then the new immigrants' treatment, I think it's relevant to the Immigration Office. So we would like to ask the Ministry of Interior to take that question. And as to the immigration and migrant workers, their undocumented children and their children's protection, maybe the Ministry of Labor can take that question by providing additional information. And also, same-sex marriage, the presumption of parentage, protection. I think for these parental law, can we ask the Ministry of Justice to take this question? And also these non-citizen children's protection. I think that we can ask Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Health and Welfare to take the question. So we would like to ask these colleagues to get ready to answer this question with regard to the protection of non-citizen children in Taiwan. So maybe the Ministry of Interior colleague, we can start with you. So this is the National Police Agency. In 2028, we completed that research on CEDAW research with regard to the Article 80 of the Social Order Maintaining Act. This is a commissioned research project, and then the consensus indicated a legalized zone, and then if it's outside of the legalized zone, and then both the prostitute and both the patron will be fined and punished. The conclusion is that to set for the short term a dedicated zone, and then for the midterm is to have a special law, and the long term is to have decriminalization. So we are now at the first phase. So this research was offered in 2021. Shared with different government agencies, and then ask all the different local police departments to roll out the project. About the nationality, can we ask the Ministry of Interior to take the question first on the planning and also on immigrants? So this is the Ministry of Interior with regard to this recognition of nationality. So after so the no illicit or illegal behavior. So we actually changed that inappropriate behavior to illegal behavior. So there is a definition which actually refer to the nationality law. So they should not have any criminal record. So that is listed on the certificate issued by National Police Agency. So these are the behaviors registered with National Police Agency. So according to Article 6.7, there are behaviors that are not listed on the police agency behavior record. So we have the set of reference criteria. So the criteria is not based on gender. So it's based on behavior. And this behavior needs to be ruled by court or be certified by competent authorities. For example, administrative order, domestic violence, inappropriate behavior against children, maybe it does not constitute criminal code violation. However, there are still punishments and sanctions from the Social Bureau. So it's not based on gender, it's not based on nationality. And according to the statistics, we provide the past 3 years records, and then we only see 11 women, and then only 3 out of the 11 women, they had a specific criminal code violation, and then we gave them a probation period. So after that probation period, they can still apply for the naturalization. And for the remaining women, and then because some of them still have the criminal cases on them, they are in the litigation process. So we return their cases. And in terms of the illegal illicit behavior, include when you have a case on you, criminal case on you, then we would reject this application for naturalization. So that is the guidelines of our illegal illicit behavior criteria.
Would the Immigration Office would like to follow up regarding the empowerment of new immigrants? we have a subsidy and reward program for the new immigrants and their children. If they are able to pass the exams and the certifications for the special skills, we will give them subsidies, and we can see a larger number, an increasing number in recent years. And regarding the protection of their marriage, the Act says that if their dependency is deceased or if they're divorced because of domestic violence, but they still have children that is Taiwan citizen and is raised in Taiwan, we would not deport them. And regarding stateless protection for stateless children, we would like the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Ministry of Interior and Education to take the question regarding the children, stateless children. In 2025 March, we published a guideline on subsidies for medical services provided to undocumented migrant workers' children, and it can also apply to stateless children. And for children that are stateless, the local governments can use the guideline to provide settlement protection and medical services to make sure that these stateless children are cared for in terms of social care. And regarding the settlement and vaccination, can all be provided and accessible through these guidelines. What about MOI? If not, Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education here for the schooling of stateless children. We already have a guideline for stateless children attending elementary school and middle school. They can be enrolled according to their age in appropriate classes and year, and we will provide assistance if they have difficulty in learning and adaptation. And these resources should be provided by the school. MOI, would you like to follow up? No? Then we would like the Ministry of Justice to talk about the same-sex marriage, children of these special families. This is the Ministry of Justice. According to the Civil Code Article 1063, it's about the heterosexual marriage for same-sex marriage because the children are not impregnated by the parents. So the Article 1063 of Civil Code does not apply to same-sex marriage, but they can adopt their children to establish a legal relationship that will, then in that case, the Civil Code will apply to the parents and children. That's according to the interpretation number 748 and its enactment, Article 20. Okay. Regarding the rights of indigenous immigrant workers, especially female immigrant workers, we would like to give the question to Ministry of Labor. Yes, Ministry of Labor. Here, regarding immigrant workers working in Taiwan, according to our regulations, they need to receive a permit to work in Taiwan if, when they're working in Taiwan, they work in an industry that is applicable according to the Labor Basic Act, then this person will, and this immigrant worker will enjoy the same protection of the Basic Labor Act. And domestic workers are not eligible to the Basic Labor Act, whether it's local or immigrant workers. The Basic Labor Act does not apply to them. So for these special domestic workers and their labor rights, we have a labor contract that will provide them protection, and also to reinforce the rights and enhance the rights of domestic workers, domestic immigrant workers. Once they enter Taiwan, we provide them a pre-job training, and we have a one-stop campaign and training, provide them package measures and campaign and social support and cultural adaptation, including medical and digital learnings, so they can fit in Taiwan. Any other ministries or agencies would like to follow up on their questions? The immigration office here, regarding the stateless children, if their mothers are foreigner and have exited the country, or we don't know where they are, we will help them, and we don't know who the father is, we will give, while we search for the parents, we will give the children certificate of residency to guarantee his status, and also the right to medical services and education services. Now, in the interest of time, we'll give the floor back to our reviewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure that the response to Professor Jesus' question came. She repeated it. So are we to expect a written response, or do you want to give a one-shot on the research, the outcomes of the research and application of the findings, which was...
I don't know whether it's because of interpretation or not, but the answer I got is in 2028, there was a research, and then there was a recommendation, short-term, mid-term, long-term. So something was really wrong. I mean, so what I wrote down is not the real fact. So I need to verify that with, I don't know, civil society, with the government later, after this session is over.
Head of delegation, do you want to respond to that, or do you want to? There was some response, maybe to be repeated, because she said there was no clarity. I know they talked about outcomes of that research. You used to formulate both short, medium, and long-term action. The first was the creation of the zones, then the law, and then decriminalization, which is a long term. Maybe the question is, where are they? Where are you with this three-tier implementation plan? Because the short term seems not to be working, and you have the law, and there's no clarity on where the law is. And so where do you intend to go? Thank you.
The information I got from the report and then other information is that in 2011, you made this law, designation of the sex zones, which is not working for 15 years. So you need to come up with a separate one. And then the information I got is the research was commissioned, and then report came out in 2023, which recommended separate legislation, and then with the decriminalization. So my question is, what has been government doing? What kind of action was taken after this research was published, report was published? And then the answer I got is completely wrong, mistaken. Yeah.
So back to you, the delegation. Are you responding now, or would you provide responses in writing or subsequently?
I think the Ministry of Interior is unable to correctly and adequately answer the question, and Professor Shen has very clearly named the timeline 2023. After the report was published, we've made the midterm, long-term suggestions, the three-stage suggestions, and what's the progress right now. Can we have the Ministry of Interior provide a written response that would be quicker and not repeat everything here? Thank you.
So thank you very much. We will await that submission from the Ministry of Interior tomorrow in writing and not on the floor. And I think we've had a very long day. We really want to appreciate the robust responses that we've received from the delegation. And at this point, I think we need to take a coffee break and have the last segment, which is a meeting with the NGOs, just to wrap up for the day, if there are any issues they would like to address. Thank you very much. We adjourn now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take a 10-minute break from here, and we'll be back by 5:36 for another session with the NGOs. 谢谢我们政府机关代表的参与哦。那接下来呢，我们休息10分钟，等一下5:36回来之后呢，是我们的委员会与非政府组织另外一场会议。谢谢。 好，我们现场 NGO 的伙伴都可以往前就坐，前面有位子，谢谢。
谢谢。好，赞，感谢你们。
好，也是每个1分钟，然后要举手。发言之前。好，我们请现场 NGO 的伙伴都可以往前就坐，前面都还有位子哦，谢谢。好，我们下一个场次呢，再过2分钟之后要正式开始了。我们请 NGO 的伙伴都可以往前就坐，谢谢。The next session will begin in 2 minutes, and feel free to sit in the front. Thank you. NGOs.
那个各位伙伴，我在这个补充一个部分哦，就是
Additional information here. So, IRC would like to remind you that when you're making comments, please make sure that it's targeting Article 1 to 9 because we have very limited time. So please stay very focused on Article 1 to 9. Thank you.
以防万一。
Okay, last session of the day, another meeting with the NGOs. 那接下来呢，我们今天第一天的最后一场呢是与 NGO 的会议哦。那稍微说明一下，等一下呢，我们一样是请我们 NGO 的伙伴呢举手发言，每位以1分钟为限哦。那发言之前稍微举个手，让我们的镜头可以找到您的所在位置哦。那另外介绍一下您所属的单位。Okay, next we are going to invite the NGOs to talk. Raise your hand and let us know which NGO that you represent, and you have 1 minute for the remark. And now, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your patience, for your inputs and contributions this morning. This segment of the day, we understand and believe it's to provide opportunity for additional inputs, not a repetition of requests or suggestions in the morning. We have had the opportunity to cover Articles 1 to 5, and think at this point we will open, suggest. 1 to 9, no, but we'll take it in 2 batches, yeah, in 2 batches. So we'll take 1 to 5 first, and then we'll take 6 to 9. So the floor is open now to NGOs for comments, additional inputs, suggestions on Articles 1 to 5. Thank you. The floor is open, and we will take. Can we take a so that we don't, because we have many hands up now. We had 1. Oh. If we make it less than a minute, then maybe we can take so many inputs. So I would urge that we make it like 45 seconds because there are many hands. Just inputs, not questions. Thank you. The floor is open. 1, 2, 3. It's impossible to manage. Yeah. So can you help us that we get probably just 5 or 10, because we can't have all the inputs. Thank you.
我们是不是就是照
So can we actually follow the current roles? So the first row, the second row, etc. So we can keep your comments within 1 minute or 45 seconds.
Articles 1 and 2. Who are those for Articles 1 and 2 only?
第1、2条的可以先举手。
Articles 1 and 2 only. Yes, there's 1 there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes. 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6.
Just Articles 1 and 2. Yes, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So before you ask about these gender marker change, are there additional too much requirements? So the government agency did not respond to that. In our shadow report, we mentioned that if we want to actually change the gender marker, that you need to have meet the requirement of first the diagnosis from psychiatry, and also the requirement for the gender reaffirmation surgery. And then so according to the judicial ruling that you can still change your gender sex marker without having the surgery. However, the Ministry of Interior still asked the registration agency not to take the gender marker change application without the proof of surgery. So this is the current status. So this is the first making comment of the Taiwan LGBT Family Rights Advocacy Association. So about CEDAW training for judicial yuan. So usually these trainers are still experts and scholars, so rarely factor in and invite NGO practitioners. So actually our judicial workers are really difficult to comprehend these kind of intersectionality discrimination faced by LGBTQ people and lesbian couples and families. And then because this is not really popularized, so in practice that these judicial practitioners have limited understanding understanding of CEDAW implementation in their daily work. In the second row, please. So this one, please, you go first. So with regard to the gender equality education implementation this morning, I mentioned about this gender definition. It's unclear, and that lead to confusion and of separate interpretation and lead to a big confusion in terms of policy interpretation and execution. When it comes to sex and gender, there should be very specific definitions. So when it comes to education, we don't really have very specific clarification on these terms, and that leads to a lot of confusion. So I think we should have a legal, clear definition about equity and equality, and also the difference between gender and sex. We should have a very clear definition. And also, when it comes to policy, it's actually top-down process. That is the root cause. We don't really have comprehensive communication with the society. Okay. This is the Taiwan Mother's Shield Alliance. So we have been emphasizing gender equality, education, and anti-discrimination issues. But when it comes to gender, if we cannot distinguish sex and gender, and then if we have this gender is very unclear, it's very ambiguous, so we don't know what kind of equality are we after here, while we don't have clear definition. And you asked about same-sex marriage once it's legalized, but why do we have so many different opinions? Because it's against the public sentiment. So we have the opinions of 7.6 million people being neglected. And also, according to the Ministry of Education Gender Equality Committee member, as long as your application only put down 2 sexes, then their proposals will not be approved. So when it comes to CEDAW, we don't really see the status of women are really fairly treated here when it comes to this gender-friendly. So who are we showing this friendly attitude to? While we cannot really have a safe space in the toilet. And also, this is the Taiwan Mother's Shield Alliance. Did you raise your hand? Okay, yes, I did. Yeah, can I have this calculation of time? This gender equality committee are still focusing on gender mainstreaming and gender statistic calculation, but they did not factor in the social support and family support. They don't give a lot of resources to domestic violence, and mostly it's about reporting and intervention. So they don't have enough resources on family support and preventive measures. So we would like to ask the mechanism to be restructured, and also the representative is not very diverse. We would like to see more a reflection of these children's rights and development and family policies, rather than focusing on just a small number of advocacy group. And also, we want to see quantifiable KPIs of gender equality policies, and whether these policies can truly improve these safety and employment issues. And also, we want to see comprehensive indicators and also regular reports that are compiled by external experts. So this is Zhang Jue. And then during the CEDAW report, we see that the mental health is not really a factor in all the policies, especially when it comes to the minority group. So this is the Mental Health Association in Taiwan. So in our national policy, we don't really see the factor reflected of the rights of those people suffering from mental health issues and sex workers. So from Article 1 to Article 10, we are not really addressing any of the mental health. We only focus on article interpretation. I think that is inappropriate. I would like to add that, in fact, we actually saw that when it comes to this economic and social and cultural rights, a lot of the non-citizen immigrants and migrant workers, they are facing this injustice, and especially when it comes to mental health support and social support, they are facing this deprivation. Thank you.
This is the first time speaking for in the many years of practicing gender equality, and it's gender vocabulary and the legislative structure. We're not just talking about sex or gender, and the Anti-Discrimination Act is also enacted in this way and drafted this way. So we look forward to a comprehensive and general anti-discrimination legislation, and there should be more diverse protected features according to the article number 35 of General Recommendation. This is the Modern Women Foundation. Regarding the previous questions and also the answers on domestic violence, when it involves criminal cases and recovery, we notice that commissioners do ask the victims to revoke the protection order as a way to mediate, and it really impacts the rights of the and the benefits of the victims. We should at least conduct relevant trainings for domestic violence mediating commissioners, and we want to know what are the standards to decide that at the Ministry of Justice and the Judicial Yuan what cases can be mediated or what's the recovery. This is the Women's Awakening Foundation. We want to follow up in the Legislative Yuan following and implementing CEDAW. At LY and EY, they should be independent but monitoring one another. The EY draft going into LY before the bills are submitted to the LY, there should be gender impact or human rights impact evaluation, but these are evaluations that are done internally. The LY is just a supervisory role. We want the Legislative Yuan to have their own commission to regularly inspect the budget and the bills to see if they fit all of these international human rights conventions. This is the National Association for Equality of Life Rights. I am the father of a victim. I would like to protest in the morning. The Covenant Watch, Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty, and Taiwan International and Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty. How can you use CEDAW to protect women or protect good women instead of women that are not that have committed crime? So do these people, everybody has children. I would like to protest. Only the parents of the victims have the right to forgive the perpetrator. CEDAW cannot violate this principle. They cannot protect the perpetrator. This is the protest I would like to make. And at the CEDAW, this is from a religious foundation. I have three questions. CEDAW is about diversity and inclusion and eliminates all forms of discrimination. In these international human rights conventions, it doesn't say that the diets should be vegetarian. I think doesn't that constitute indirect discrimination against religions? And doesn't it constitute differentiated treatment to religions? And in the second, you talk about this people with disabilities, indigenous women's. We don't see women with religions. Has the government surveyed women with religions and these women who face discrimination? And it's this intersectional discrimination to religious freedom. I am from the Women's Foundation of Disability.
Thank you very much for all of the comments. Some of them appear to be providing additional insights. For those that are new issues being raised, I don't think we would have the basis to consider or admit them. Understanding of CEDAW is universal, and I think we would like to stick to those parameters. And now I think we should consider Articles 3 to 4. And if you have spoken, I'm afraid no. So we will open the floor for those who have not spoken to speak on Articles 3 and 4. Thank you.
好，接下来是3跟4条哦。那如果刚才已经发言的，我们就先暂时不要发言，我们留给。
We I'm sorry, I didn't get to speak on Article 2. I'm sorry, we're just going to move on Article 3 and 4. Then I won't speak. The MODA talked about digital disparity, which digital gap is 11%, but they didn't talk about how they're going to address this gap, especially women with disabilities. The gap is over 11%, so we recommend the government should have relevant measures to make up for this digital gap. Thank you. And for Article 3 and 4, this is the League for Persons with Disability. We can see that there are some statistics and facing women with disabilities and gender-based violence. A lot of them, before they report and they seek assistance, they have reached the threshold to report this, but they become a hidden number and cannot be included in the statistics of the government, even though they have reported to the police or through the hotline 113. But because they are just people with disabilities, it's very difficult for them to further detail what kind of disability they have, and that's the women with disabilities is facing in terms of barriers when they are facing gender-based violence. They are unable to be admitted into the system. This is the Alliance for Women's Rights and Sustainable Development. We fully acknowledge the government's promotion and legislation in terms of CEDAW implementation, but the problem is not whether or not the policies exist, but whether or not these policies are implemented in their daily life and they can actually feel substantial equality. Right now, the government policy commits to the government's commitment and local implementation are facing gaps, and different local governments, they have different capability and resources, and there are differences in their implementation. There is not a systematic mechanism to evaluate whether or not women in all local governments are treated equally and whether or not they are all benefiting from the implementation of CEDAW. So we recommend that there should be a City for CEDAW framework to help local governments to turn the commitment into measurable results. Are there any other comments regarding Article 3 and 4? Yes, please.
For advancement of children's rights. I'm a high school student. The problem is that the government has national child care for ages 0 to 6, but not for ages 7 to 15. Many mothers have to quit jobs because they can't afford after-school care. Women's employment rights are not protected well. The government should change these cultural and social patterns and recognize the value of care work. Do not neglect the efforts women take for their families. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think we will now open for Articles 5 and 6.
好，接下来针对第5条跟第6条有要发言。好，我们。
I am from the Women Rescue Foundation. First of all, about gender stereotyping, the Taiwan government doesn't really have campaign and advocacy in terms of this and education. Even if they have annual budgets, it's for small groups. So a large the general public still have a gender stereotype towards victims. And secondly, for Judicial Yuan, every year they have a lot of CEDAW trainings and they invite CSOs to participate. But after the trainings, are these used in their general ruling, or are they cited? For example, last year, some of the judges find that filming by juveniles is not criminal, so they find them not guilty. But this was later interpreted by the criminal court as criminals. And this is gender stereotyping, and it means that it's not implemented in their daily work, and I think it's a pity. This is the National Law Bar Associate, Taiwan Bar Association, in terms of judicial personnel employing CEDAW. In terms of our practical work, we find a lot of judges, they have stereotypes regarding diverse families and diverse genders, especially LGBTI, and it relies on the Judicial Yuan to design effective trainings to remove these bias and stereotyping, which means CEDAW, in the over 280 sightings of CEDAW, these are criminal citations, rarely are the general recommendations cited. A lot of the paragraphs are just copy-paste. The 280 rulings really are just copy-pasted and repeated. So those that have spoken will give the floor to others. We are the Taiwan Sex Industry and Workers' Rights Association regarding the sex service providers and their workplace. I think we need something more than the Basic Labor Act. We are currently drafting legislation that can move further towards protecting their human rights and their labor rights and their health rights. The majority of the public don't really understand about sex work. They think there is only a special zone or penalty, but there are so many other mechanisms that can be employed. And also, they talked earlier on, the government talked about sex workers not being penalized, but the Article 235 of the Criminal Code and also Article 40 of the Sexual Exploitation Prevention Act, they still preserve these relevant clauses. Regarding Article 5, you are the same NGO. We are going to give the floor to other NGOs that haven't spoken yet. If we have time in the end, we'll come back to you. This is the first time we're speaking. This is the Taipei Bar Association. We can see that in 2023 there's been amendments, but in recent years we still see at our civil court administration there are still juveniles whose personal information were not kept confidential, and mails were wrongly sent to other people, and you can still see these serious mistakes made. The Ministry of and the Bureau of Education did not really understand who the perpetrators are. So we think even though there is an amendment, but it's not implemented, and we need continued review and SOP. Regarding the Stalking and Harassment Prevention Act, this is the Judicial Reform Foundation. Currently, at this prevention, we still connect sex and gender as the main element. It's mainly because from the police enforcement on the first line and their capacity. But we can see that it doesn't really alleviate any of the number of cases, but a lot of the victims who should be protected, but because they cannot concretely prove sex and gender elements, so they were not protected in the first place. And I think this Prevention Act should still should remove the sex and gender element.
This is my first time. So from the Garden of Hope Foundation, the prevention of gender-based violence has been in place for 30 years. So we actually probably need to revisit 30 years ago, the mentality is overprotective. So for example, it's compulsory reporting and also the treatment of the victims. And then maybe 30 years later, we should actually make some changes. Are there possibilities to actually see the perpetrators or and then their relationship between the victims and perpetrators? So I think the Domestic Violence Prevention Act and also the Sexual Assault Prevention Act, there are actual treatment requirements, but we are not seeing the actual report on its effectiveness. And then also when it comes to the mandatory reporting, it's actually not only collapsing administrative system, it is also violating human rights. So these are areas warrants our future revisitation. So Article 6, anyone? So this is the Taiwan parent guarding the minors' rights. First time making comments if the government includes gender expression, equal that to gender identity. And then if that is going to change the law by institutionalizing that, it's not really working to remove stereotypes. It's actually a violation against Article 5 of CEDAW if the government is actually violating cis women's rights in the name of progress. This is actually a violation of CEDAW's mission. So please do make that, do point that in your conclusion observation. And this is the People with Disability Association about the woman, the stalking and the harassment issue. We would like to strongly recommend when you amend the law, you have to factor in the women with disabilities. Their voices should be reflected in, and also for assistive technology development. We have been demanding that for a very long time. However, the government remain quite inactive in that, passive in that. And in terms of the human power support and economy, we really rely on the state accessibility infrastructure building to actually make us really independent and also empower us. Otherwise, we won't be able to voice for our own rights while we are under the threat of violence. So we would like to ask the NGOs.
Okay. Are there so many NGOs? I think maybe one or two more.
Yeah,
so that we can then take the
for
next.
5 and 6, okay?
Yes.
好，那
For 5 and 6.
刚才还没有，好，那
So for those NGOs who hasn't made comments yet, then you go first, and then we will have these here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I would like to talk about Article 6 from the Mental Health Association. So for the systematic exclusion of women, that the state still want to categorize and in the name of protection to exclude these women. And for these women under this exploitation or highly stigmatized, for example, women and then also sex workers of diverse genders, they are often controlled by the state in the name of protection, so they are deprived of their free options. We want the state to provide a secure and safe environment so they can rebuild their life and also to have social support and also a lot of mental health support. Otherwise, systematically, they are actually further excluding them in the name of protection. And also, a lot of our service users have been complaining about the systematic issue. So sorry, there was a misunderstanding of the chair, Madam Chair's words. So we would like to leave the time in 30 seconds for the NGOs who hasn't made any comments. So for the comfort women issue, I think it's part of national history. It should not be a job for the safekeeping of these memory by a civil society organization. Therefore, I think the government should have a nation level museum to archive the history. And also the Ministry of Education did not really respond that whether they want to incorporate that part of the history into the curriculum. They actually talk about expanding the curriculum, additional materials, but it's actually not taught at school. Keep it short. So this is the Life Rights Association. So in Taiwan, we actually have this portion of crime and punishment, and then also we have these violence against women cases in Taiwan. However, the NHRC has never failed to visit the victims and victims' families, and recently we had these murders are gender-based, and then also the victims and their families are actually crying in the dark. The government failed to give them any remedies and then to give them consolation. Thank you.
For the views and the additional concerns, some of them have been addressed earlier by the state party, by the delegation. And now we will turn to Articles 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
I think we should take 7, 8, and 9, yeah. In one breath.
OK，
So
那最后是7到
the
第9条。
question
Yes.
should be just for Articles 7, 8, and 9.
OK，
Thank you.
好，第7到第9条还没有发言过的伙伴。
So for those of you who haven't made any comments, please. So this is the Covenant Watch. I'm CEO, so I would like to respond to the right to education of undocumented workers' children. So they said that they have a full protection of the education, right to education of these non-citizen children. So in Taiwan, as long as you have these mother who is the citizen, then they won't be able if they are Taiwanese citizen, then they will have their nationality as Taiwanese. However, the protection only extend to junior high school. However, coming back to the CRC, that the children's definition are children under 18. And regardless your nationality, children are supposed to receive right to education. And then all those non-citizen children are difficult to receive education once they are beyond 15 years old. So they are relying on special projects to have access to education. So we hope that according to the 2024 ICCER and ICCPR's concluding observations, we would like to see that also reflected in CEDAW. Thank you. Anyone would like to talk on Articles 7 to 9? So that's please save opportunity to those NGO partners who haven't made any comments.
Haven't talked yet. Who wanna? 好，有请。
So this is Taiwan Hotline Association. So I'm going to so for Article 6 to 9, so far for different citizens for this long-term care system, it's only available to
因为里面包含
because this has a nationality issue, because for different nationalities and foreigners would have different access to long-term care system. So there is an exclusion process. So I would like to further explain that for different nationalities, there are tiers access. And then also the new immigrants, they are excluded. So these new immigrants, their families have to shoulder up the responsibility of long-term care. And then the left children are reduced to shoulder up all these responsibility of long-term care while the state should step in. Any other NGOs? So Article 7 to Article 9? Anyone?
NGOs who haven't talked yet. So is it okay that we also open the floor to those who have? 好，那接下来我们就可以开放给
Yeah, we can now open the floor.
Yes, 7 to 9.
今天委员问到
So you ask about how to really advance the political participation of the vulnerable minorities. So it has to comes back to this long-term overlooking of intersectionality by the government. Indeed, in our election rules, we do have these gender affirmation quota for women, but you can imagine that those women who enjoy that benefits are women of certain class, social class, LGBT women, and also women with disabilities. There are still a lot of obstacles on their way to political participation. So I would like to actually invoke that we should actually break that stereotype and also adopt TSM for that. And for the children of same-sex marriage, when it comes to nationality issue and parental rights, and they do not enjoy the legal presumption of parentage. That is also intersectionality of these gender discrimination, gender orientation-based discrimination and nationality issue. And then Taiwan LGBT Family Advocacy Association, I would like to follow up on that because the same-sex marriage does not recognize the presumption of parentage. And then when we have the child is born to a non-citizen woman, and then they have to go through the process to have these presumption of parentage, so that they have to abandon their foreign nationality to have our Taiwanese citizenship. However, not all countries have that. Are okay with that. Take USA, for example. Even for these transnational same-sex marriage, and they still have to overcome the hurdle of naturalization. And then while this country does not recognize same-sex marriage and even the adoption application, because in Taiwan we require them to actually finish the procedures of adoption, and then they won't be able to have the application to be successful process because they won't be able to provide subsequent documents. It just happened 2 weeks ago. Anyone who want to Awakening Foundation, and so in Ministry of Interior talk about they are going to amend this political act to set aside 5% of budget to empower women, minority women for their political participation. The Ministry of Interior, even though they do have incentives measures, however, we want to see that reflected in the actual written law because of the legislative and they are not taking the draft. We do know there is a draft program within the Ministry of Interior because we do see a possibility of adoption of that because there is a quite high consensus that 5% of subsidies for the parties. However, we don't have evidence-based research to support that 5%. We do have some parties setting aside that budget for women empowerment, but we don't really know the percentage in reality. Therefore, before the law is amended, we would like to see the reality in practice of the percentage. Thank you very much. And then, so this is the Association for Independent Living. So we have this 1.2 million of people living with disabilities. However, in the past, when it comes to election and political participation, entering into council and legislative yuan, people with disability, especially women with disability, we see a very low number. It's actually quite a rarity, and it's because of systematic exclusion because there is no accessible infrastructure and an economic support and guarantee. Because if we want to run for office, we actually put a very high amount of guarantee money, and also the campaign require a lot of financial support. We don't have resources to support us running for electoral offices. Therefore, we would like to see protection for that to ensure the women with disabilities can have these accessibility into running for office. And also when it comes to, for example, accessible toilets or set inside male's toilet, you can see that from big and small that the participation and accessibility is still very below the bar. Thank you.
Thank you. The Women's Rights and Sustainable Development Foundation, regarding the response when we talk about net zero carbon emission and ecological protection, indigenous women, do they really know of these issues and really participate and benefit from it? The answer is very limited, and there is great disparity. And the disparity and the barrier comes from the policy has very specific terminology, and it's difficult for urban people to understand how do we expect indigenous or new indigenous women to understand it. And second, that's the difference, the gap in educational resources. And thirdly, indigenous women are still the main caretaker of the family. They don't have time for these seminars. There are no gender perspectives in these relevant policies. So the net zero policy does not ask whether women benefit from it, but it further adds to their burden, and there is a cultural differences, and in carbon rights, carbon transaction, and so on. Indigenous women are not benefiting equally, and this should be handled by the Ministry of Education, Finance, Economic Affairs, Indigenous. And for women with disabilities, when we participate in public life, there are problems like infrastructure, especially accessible toilets. For women with disabilities would need care beds. And right now, we're just taking the care bed into the appendix of building technology codes and not mandatory. And the government does not regulate or regularly have a timeline to implement when the care beds will be in place. Thank you. I would like to respond to Article 7. Currently, the government lists that political participation of women is legislature and above. We don't actually have enough women in the grassroots level. It's mainly still male. So we would like to encourage the government to empower and foster women political participation at grassroots level. Before we give the time back to our chair, any other NGOs would like to respond to Article 7, 8, 9? Yes, this is the Taiwan Disability Foundation. The reason we talk about care bed and accessible toilets, in the past, when they go out, men with disabilities, because of the difference in their physical structure, there are more ways to resolve their physical needs. But for women with disabilities, you need to think about they having period, or they need to change their sanitary pad, or need to change their underwear if they need to go out without accessible toilet and without care bed. They are unable to participate in meetings or participate in public affairs like today, which is why care bed is so important. It's not just a facility in the toilet.
Here, yes.
Thank you very much. Would anybody, do you have any response? Well, I think we've had a really engaging day. We want to thank you for the additional insights and perspectives that have been provided to enrich our understanding of the landscape, of the priorities for the citizens and for special interest groups. And we hope that we will continue to have these robust contribution, not prescriptions. I would just like to correct that some of them cannot be taken as prescriptions to government, but as suggestions on possible direction to shape policy or legal reforms, so that we build a society that is amenable for all citizens and fosters growth, development, and inclusion. And on this note, we would like to sincerely thank you for a very, very interactive day. And we do look forward to your input tomorrow and going forward. And we want to thank you for the time and the contribution. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
我们给国际审查委员最后再次的掌声。Thank you very much to our International Review Committee members. 也谢谢我们所有在场的 NGO 的伙伴。That's it for day one. And thank you to our International Review Committee members and of course all of you joining us today. And we'll see you tomorrow 9 o'clock in the morning. 那谢谢各位贵宾的参与。我们明天第二天呢是早上9点会准时开始。我们明天再见。See you tomorrow. Thank you.